Hello and welcome back to Weldon. My name is Beast, and today we're back with this ominous as fuck line. Omens oftentimes became reality. Like this does not sound very. This does not sound very. Let's say calming. In fact, it feels very much foreboding, ominous almost. Haha! You see, because it's that omen. Anyways, bad jokes aside, I'm having a lot of fun with Devil Survivor. God, having access to the fucking compendium finally is so good. Like, why is it that you like I get that you don't want to like overload people, but like giving the auction and nothing else, then adding the fusion and nothing else, and then only like on the third day, I think, or was it like end of second day? You get the compendium. Also, having to scream at these people about the weakness of Balder is mildly annoying. Anyways, Omens oftentimes became reality. That time, something banged on the door like a bell warning of a coming storm. Opened the door and saw Eru, who appeared rather pale. I hadn't seen her like that since she'd forgotten to buy her limited edition release.
成田サクがいません。いないんです。どこですか？端末も部屋に置きっぱなしでレイヤーにも出ないんです。探してください。
ふむ、サクならここにいるが。
はあ、どうして成田の部屋に？おっぱい怪人が無理やり連れ込んだんですか？死なせますよ。はい。
Oops.
空子が。空子がどうしたの
Soroko had vanished. Felt the world shatter in the distance. Several hours ago, Kurofune Mikado sat in a car. He planned to hold an event on the academy grounds at the end of the week. It was the usual ball, but that particular one also doubled as Kurofune's birthday party. Due to that, he had left the academy many times as of late. That was an important step towards his ambitions. His life appeared to be in danger, but that was all the more reason not to cancel the event.
問題となるのは敵の正体だ。
He muttered those words to himself. Takeshi Hanazono and Shinzan Katsuragi had both died. No, they were killed. In Kurofune's mind, both of the incidents seemed connected by something. The stench of hatred. It hadn't been a plot to gain money or get rid of a nuisance. It had the intensity of a torrent of magma. Kurofune had grown used to being the target of scorn, but the two targets chosen had him wondering. The only thing linking them was the incident from 7 years ago. With that in mind, the enemy surely had him and Tokino Yomizu on his list. It was a revenge plot concocted by a shapeless enemy. Was the one responsible survivor of the incident? It seems unlikely. There are few who knew the truth, plus the direct descendants of the Mikado clan had all been dealt with.
その他の関係者にも今さらこれほど真っ当に歯向かってくる気骨の主が残っているはずもない。では何者が
Like a stain in the window, a small face appeared in Kurofune's mind. One Mikado had survived the massacre 7 years ago. Despite Kurofune himself shooting him in the chest, the boy didn't die, either due to luck or sheer tenacity. He was but a child. Kurofune remembered the strange anxiety he'd felt when gazing into his eyes. It made him wonder if he'd made a terrible mistake. Perhaps it was more apt to say that he felt fate at work in that moment. If the boy had lived, he would have been about the same age as the students in his fortress. However, none of that truly mattered. It was all part of the distant past, an illusion that had disappeared that night. After all, the child's luck hadn't saved him. He'd still died regardless. The near-dead child had been carried away as a sample. However, during transport, a plane crash occurred that had left not a single survivor. Thus, it couldn't have been him.
あの子供が生き残ったなどあり得るはずがない。
As he mulled over his thoughts, Kurofune opened up a line on his mobile device.
何でしょう。
プラントの状況は
Highly annoying.
依然平常通りです。異常はありません。理事長、何か気になることでも？
Tried considering it a needless worry. However, that didn't make the danger disappear. The Avenger still remained at large. He whispered the name so silently that even Tokino didn't hear him. No one else remembered that name. The scar that had stayed with him even after 7 years. Kurofune Mikado had long since decided to trample over all emotion, love and hate included. In order to accomplish his goals. No matter who his enemy was, he had to defeat the one barring his path. Therefore, nothing about that instance felt different. Suddenly the maid at his side raised her face in alarm. Despite being lost in thought, she reacted to it in a split second, which proved how abnormal he was. However, that split second still created an opening. Kurofune saw it. A light akin to a shooting star blasted towards him from the front left direction. It fell through the darkness in a straight line at an amplitude of 50 meters. It was 1.1 meters in length and propelled the 222-kilogram rocket using the motor on its back. The true identity of that mystery light was a FGM 148 Javelin anti-tank missile. Soroko had vanished. Saku's breath caught in her throat upon hearing that. She was no longer in her room in the research building. Did Soroko go out with a fucking vengeance? How had that happened? Even if she'd snuck out, Soroko couldn't have evaded the academy security for very long. As far as Saku knew, Soroko's halo didn't have such a function. The academy couldn't possibly have lost track of her.
行ってくるわ。直接確かめてくる。
What had happened? Saku had no idea, but she'd also realized she couldn't afford to simply sit on her hands. She did not wish to fail to catch up to another person. She dashed out of the door without thinking twice. She hadn't even heard Narita or Iru's responses. Saku ran through the darkened area without so much as looking to her sides. Something like that had happened before. She had been robbed blind. Saku had promised to protect her friend, but she'd failed. Most events involving HMIs were covered up by the authorities. During Saku's friend's incident, the victim had vanished without even leaving her remains. Thus, officially, it was listed as a missing persons case instead of a murder. Not even her parents knew the whole truth. Before Saku had enrolled in the academy, she went to say her final goodbye. And her mother, looking distant, said,
いなくなってしまったのよね。こんなにぽっかりと胸に隙間が空いてしまうなんて思いもよらなかったわ。はい。
What else could she have said? She had no right to tell her the truth. Even if she had, the lady couldn't have believed that a criminal with powers had killed her daughter for sport. Why did the girl have to die? She had a smile that brightened up any place. It had been lost forever. Why her of all people? No matter how many times Saku asked herself those questions, the answer remained the same. There was no good reason. Her death was no punishment. The girl was just unfortunate enough to have become a target. Saku hated the divine hand of fate for distributing such accidents. But at the same time, she blamed herself for failing to catch up to the speed of fate. She promised to protect her. She promised that without even truly understanding the weight of her oath. And she had ended up failing her in her time of need. Shameless. She'd wept. Saku had despaired over the fact that she'd been left behind. The person at her side took her hand and firmly grasped it, despite being profoundly sad herself. The warmth of her hand filled her heart.
敵は取ってくれたのよね。
That moment her heart had stopped. Saku didn't even remember the face she'd made back then. She hadn't told anyone about the event, for she knew no one would believe her. Fortunately, a rumor had spread. A rumor that the man responsible had suffered at the hands of Saku Tonashi's curse. Perhaps there was an obvious outcome. The man, HMI, who had killed her friend, and many others, was a master of disguise. Most assumed he was a courteous, friendly, and generally a good person. Saku, on the other hand, had turned her back on many things after her friend vanished, throwing herself headfirst into the quest for the truth. She knew that had made people consider her a delinquent who'd strayed from the proper path. She even tried to argue about that denomination, and she never tried to argue about that denomination either. Society wasn't mistaken. Saku had strayed by not fulfilling her oath.
何も言わなくて構いません。あなたが言わないのなら、それだけの理由があるんでしょう。でも、誰があなたに後ろ指をさしても、私と夫は、あなたがあの子のためにしてくれたことを。私は、いいの、何も言わなくて。
Saku tried to keep herself from crying in that moment. That action would have been unforgivable. Her sin had created that outcome after all. However, try as she might, the warm tears had eventually flowed out of her eyes.
転校するって聞いたわ。はい。
Once Saku had stopped crying, they continued the exchange.
遠いところの全寮制の偉い学園ですって。いろいろ噂にもなって言いづらいし、それに他にもちょっとした理由があって。
That school had apparently gathered monsters like her. She felt the term monsters most apt. Her powers weren't natural. They held no place in the world of man. In the end, she was no different than the criminal. If they didn't exist, her friend would have surely
元
survived.
気でいてね。
Saku had wanted to thank her, but she simply pursed her lips and kept quiet instead. Saku Tadashi had left her homeland while keeping all gratitude and goodbyes locked up in her heart. Instead, Saku had made an earnest wish. She had wished to be faster than the world itself. She had realized that there was no point looking back to the past. So she decided to move forward without ever stopping. That single fact had never changed. She dashed forward, hoping to catch up to any fate coming her way. I chased after Saku, not falling behind. Sodok had vanished. It seemed unthinkable given the security systems in the academy. I erased any unnecessary thoughts, focusing only on solving the problem at hand. Saku tried contacting her repeatedly as she ran to the building, but Sodoko didn't answer once. Using the icons on the info layer, we discovered that Tokino Yomise was rushing towards us.
先生、何があったんですか？空子はどうしたんです？
音無作、成田真理。その件は調査中です。今は立て込んでいますので。
Miss Tokino appeared obviously irritated. She dropped her usual calm and collected facade. However, we were also in a hurry.
立て込んでるって、そういう状況じゃ。まさか消えたんじゃ、緑みたいに。
ありえない。
Tokino roared, breaking her emotionless steel mask.
とにかく話は後だ。くそ、こんな時に理事長が。
黒船がどうかしたのかね。
The fact that I'd heard her accidental whisper made her cover her mouth as if she'd made a huge mistake. She truly lost the ability to keep herself together. How comical.
空子のことありえないってどうして言い切れるんですか？あの時空子から緑と似た感じ。
今のはどういうことだ？本当か？
Tokino approached Saku and grabbed her by the chest, acting uncharacteristically harsh.
先生、
Her rough voice left no room for argument. Even Saku felt overwhelmed.
成田が成田真理。
そうだ、似た印象を得た。気のせいかもしれないが。
I had never seen the woman like that. She covered her mouth as if to hold back nausea, and her face, including her lips, paled. She turned around and jumped into her room, rejecting any further interactions with us. I hurried after her, but she locked the door. We had no way in.
先生、ここを開けてください。先生。
Saku banged on the door but received no response. Something major had clearly happened. Suddenly I received an email. The Academy's default function allowed for emails, but that one had been sent to my personal line. Shindri Narita chose his friends carefully, so few knew my email address. Only Hishia had it, in fact. That sent it then. The sender was unknown. The email address alone provided no clues. It seemed to be temporary. Looked at the text, which instantly changed my expression.
サク、
成田も手伝って先
それよりも私の話を聞きたまえ。
生。後にして今はそれどこ。
空子の居所が分かった。
Mystery message had revealed that fact to me. According to the email, Soraka was outside the academy walls. Speed walked towards the dorm. Saku followed me in a trot.
送信者もわからないようなメールを信用できるの？
信用する。だが根拠はない。
Normally I would have laughed at something like that, but oddly enough, I didn't doubt it at all.
わかったわ。じゃあ行こう。
いいのかね。
私も信用するわ。メールをじゃなくメールを信じるっていう成田を。根拠はきっとあると思うから。
愛のなせる信頼だね。
Saku reddened and prepared to give an adorable excuse, but someone crudely interrupted her.
いや、愛とかうぜえです。超ありえないからこの場で死んでください。
Eru stood right behind Saku and Tamo was next to
今
her.
夜に限ってどうしてこれほど多いのだね。
Our meeting was no mere accident or stroke of luck. The two of them had searched for us using the Academy's location search function.
空子を迎えに行くんだろうが、あいつは俺らの仲間なんだよ。てめえみたいな変態に任せておけるか。
バカですね。友情もわからないとは最悪です。
Apparently they'd figured out our plan and wished to join us. What options did we have?
玉尾、エル、一緒に来て。あなた。
いいのか
Oops.
ね。
There was no telling what would happen with Sorako, but the situation was the same as Mituri's. Tamo and Eru risked getting involved in the Academy's dark underbelly. It was something Saku had avoided thus far.
二人とも自分で追ってきた。なら止める理由はない。
わざわざ頼まれなくてもな。
自分、サクの一番の部下ですから。
Apparently they trusted each other far more than I knew. So they couldn't just stand and appreciate it. We traveled outside the academy. Still wondered if the message was true, but for whatever reason, it didn't stop me from acting.
でもよ、市内行ってもさ、抜け出したんなら空子は徒歩なんだろう当然。学園から市内まで10キロはあんだけど、まあすぐか。
体力ヤンキーはこれだから困ります。虚弱巨乳の空子がヤンキーみたいな真似できるわけがありません。
いちいちうっせ。
探偵業は後回しだ。
How and why? Had someone guided her out? I questioned myself, but I realized I had to focus on catching up to her. Too much thinking only slowed us down. A single drop in performance could have changed fate.
どうしてこんなことになってしまったんだろう。空子が病室から一人で出ていくなんて一体どうして。それにわざわざどこへ行ったの？もしかして緑も。でも緑は。
Saku didn't finish his sentence, but she clearly thought that she might have been eliminated by the academy. Considering what we knew, it seemed a reasonable assumption. Though I saw no reason why they had disposed of her. Whatever the case, Sulka appeared to be in the exact same situation. No, that wasn't right. Tokino Yomi said acted differently than she had when Mitri had vanished. Was there still a chance to prevent the worst case scenario? Or were we already too late? Not knowing the answer, all we could do was gamble on the better outcome.
空子は学園の外だ。外出許可を取っている暇はない。この状況では許可が下りるはずもないが、みんな構わないかね。
問題ありません。空子のことをこのまま時の先生やスクールには任せておけない。
Responded, ready to do everything in her power to aid her friend. Saga didn't plan to stop because she feared that Soroko might end up like Mitri.
空子は一番古くからの友達なの。
自分がその次、それからミトリ、最後がヤンキーです。
スクールの設立当初からいたのは私と空子だけだった。大事な友達なの。
私にとってもそう。
Now, the person who'd murdered Shinzo and Katsuragi had no right to be a friend. Still, I wish to save the girl I'd hurt, even if it was pure hypocrisy. Plan to see that through to the end, for that too was what Shinri Narita truly wanted.
そんでどっから出るんだ変態。
かっこいい成田様と言いたまえ。
絶対言わねえ。
ところで玉緒のハローは承知だが、サクやエルにここのセキュリティを突破できる力はあるかね。
強引に行くってか。
私は余計な手間はかけない主義だ。
できなくはない。ちょっと大げさになるけど。
サク、そこまでマジやる気なのかよ。しゃあねえな。エルもまあ行けっか。
まあそうですね。ただ自分結構死ぬ気でやらないとそこまで持たないです。
では安全策といこうか。派手なのも悪くないが、今の状況でこの学園と正面から対決するのは望ましくない。というよりも面倒だ。玉緒、エルを抱えてついてこられるかね。
ついてってお前にか。
どうする気なの？
いささか地味だが強引にセキュリティを突破する。
全然ちっとも地味じゃねえ。
バレなければ地味だとも。こっそり無理やり抜け出すのだから。
自分がヤンキーとペアだとサクはどうしますか？
あの素晴らしい訪問は当然のように私が抱えていく。
死ね。お前は自分を連れて行けばいいのです。
ダメだ。私に平坦はゾーンではない。冒頭だ。
サク、この野郎のドタマをバットで今すぐ勝ち割ろうと思いますが構わないですか？
待て。
ドタマ割るの？
待ちません。
そこのやつ誰だ？
Tomo fell behind for a moment when she felt someone's presence. Tagemikado appeared from behind the tree, and for once no maid accompanied him.
空子のところへ行くんだろ？
さっきまでの我々の話を立ち聞きしていたというわけではないのだろう。
ああ、聞こえる前に会話が止んだ。成田が気づいたから。
Indeed I did. I knew his presence well.
やはりさっきのメールはお前か。そうだと思った。
どうしてバレたのかな？
さて、根拠はない。
わかりました。こいつら友達です。
Homodachi! Okay, I like that. We had no clue if he was friend or foe. Tagemikado was the son of the chairman, so it was hard to figure out whose side he was on. The girls prepared to jump him if need be, but they waited and watched how our discussion went.
止めるつもりはない。時の先生もすぐに追いかけるつもりだが、父のことで今スクールはちょっとしたパニックだ。
黒船に何があった？
外に出ていて事故に遭った。まだ連絡が取れない。
Surprising news made the girls gasp. An accident! Such an inconvenient timing. It seemed intentional. But again, Kurofune had many enemies. It wasn't hard to imagine that one of them had targeted him. Kurofune Mikado was my chief target. Someone else had.
成田、どうかしたの？怖い顔してる。
Saku put her hand on me. The warmth ironically cooled my head.
いや、なんでもない。
I had to focus on the task at hand. Worrying out Kurofune's state did nothing but to improve our situation.
すぐに空子を連れ戻してほしい。スクールに発見されたらどうなるかわからない。
帝大義、何を知っているの？
Saku demanded answers in a furious tone. She didn't ignore his implications. There's no telling what will happen. Did he mean that she risked ending up like Midori? Taigi casually ignored the ire of the Academy's queen with the demeanor of a jester.
ここで時間を潰している暇はないんだろ。
確かにな。まずは空子を連れ戻すことが最優先だ。
わかった。そうね。
The somewhat aggressive air of it returned to being merely tense.
僕もそれを願うよ。
このことは学園には報告はしないということかね。
第2ゲート横に車を待たせている。運転手にはうまく言い含めてあるから心配はいらない。市内まで君たちを何も聞かずに送ってくれる。
ボンボン、本気ですか？
Taigi Mikado, do you want us to trust?
私は大義を信じよう。君はどうかね？
いいわ。どのみち時間が惜しい。市内までの足も確保できるなら、それに越したことはない。
サク、頼りは君だけだ。
Saku didn't comprehend the full meaning of those words, but she didn't want to waste any more time, so she simply turned around and walked away.
変態に加えてボンボンが味方かよ。なんつうか今夜は調子狂っちまうよな。
味方じゃなく味方未満です。他人を信じる奴はカモである。自分の自制の苦です。
とにかくてめえが一番最悪だ。
Eru and Tamo continued their light chatter.
行こう。何か。
大義、礼を言う。
それには及ばないよ。
My eyes met his as we took our leaves. They reminded me of the peaceful days, when we gazed up at the sky together. Part of me had the nonsensical thought that those days had returned. Checking off such feelings, I turned around and rushed to the second gate in Okushima.
彼の言葉を聞いたとき、私はようやく気がついた。
In case it doesn't give us a nice zoom out.
君はこういうのだね。世界の正しさを打倒すると。
ああ、そうなのだと。音無作はこの世界を変えたかった。世界は不完全で満ちることはない。そんなことはずっと昔から分かっていた。ただもう少しだけ良き姿に、今でも夢に見る。かつて自分がハローをこの手にしたとき、もっと良い選択はなかったろうかと。
Like as they're looking for Sora, could they like come across Mikado just like on the fucking ground, hurt but still breathing? Hold on, guys. One moment. Over there. Huh? Sharon Mikado? Yes, he is. There we go. I'm done.
出るはずのない答えをいつも思う。世界の正しさがきっとどこまでも残酷なのだとしても、だから私はノーブルになりたいのだと、自分の望みの形をやっと正しく理解できた。同胞のためや他にもたくさんの理由はあったけど、それが私のここにある一番の理由。今日はまだないから明日も永遠にないとは誰にも言わせない。たとえどこにもないものだとしても、いつか必ず輝けるものをこの手に見出そう。今度こそ私は追いついてみせる。世界の速さにもどんな運命にも。そして行くのだ。私は正しくなくとも美しく咲く日を夢に見ながら、まだ誰も見たことのない先へ、その最先端に立って。
Took the car to Okushima, or specifically the large department store before the station, which served as a local landmark. Night had long since fallen, so there weren't barely any people around, which was quite favorable in our situation.
まずは空子を発見しなければ始まらない。使える手はあるかね。
一応聞いておくけれど、成田にはないの？
私のハローは探索には向かないのだよ。何せ派手好きなものでね。
あまりに成田らしすぎて自分超お笑いです。
私は手持ちだと難しいわ。
俺がやってやる。空子だろ。わかるわ。セット。
No, I don't think I will listen to that. Tomo activated her halo.
なるほど。嗅覚か。
Tomo's the Tempest 4 enhanced her physical abilities. With a beast-like sense of smell, sniffing out Soroko wasn't a challenge.
奥島市はちっこい都市ですが、人一人探すとなると超でっかいです。当てずっぽうで空子を探すんですか？
Even just that would help.
当てならあると思う。
On the way over, I used my own device to contact Tishia. Thanks to information it gathered from second-hand witnesses, I more or less knew Soroko's location.
最後に見つかったのは？
案内しよ
う。こっちだ。匂いが強くなってる。
Tomo stopped running so suddenly it created sparks. We finally found the girl in question as well. She stood in the middle of a park at the side of the river. It was clearly Soroko Katsuragi. The light from the post near her acted like a spotlight, making her look like a starlet. However, she felt more like a silent corpse than anything else. She appeared to be a broken doll as she looked up at the dark sky. Even her uniform felt like a shroud. Most notably, Tomo Akihito remained in place while Shinji Narita couldn't bring himself to run up any closer. It wasn't reason or intuition, but primal instinct. It rooted me to the spot. In but a second, everyone understood that taking another step would result in their deaths. No, there was one exception.
待て、サク。
Despite my warning, Saku continued walking straight ahead, but she still remained cautious, as though she was dealing with a ticking time bomb.
空子。
Her response came nearly 10 seconds late. She turned her head like a screw. Saku started sweating as if she stood on hot coals, while Soroko moved as awkwardly as a rusty mannequin. Terrifying chill ran down my spine. Fear overwhelmed me. Saku's shivering shout didn't reach her. Felt like I'd heard a broken clock spin out of control. Its warped box closed as its nature demanded. The air was filled with a cold buzzing and ear-piercing pain. The world itself seemed to shatter. No, not seemed. The area we were in had separated from the outside. We'd entered a different realm with no exits.
まさかこれが空子のハローだと。
違う。あの子の力はこんなこと起きるわけがない。
スライダーか。
いや、スライダーもリミッター外すけど、こんなわけのわかんねえことにはならねえよ。
Malice called around us. It felt so unnatural that even inhuman didn't feel apt. Soroko seemingly sucked in everything around her. Did that stop at this place, this area? Or had it influenced the entire world? It felt like we'd gotten stuck inside a beast's jaws.
コーマ。
ヘル、何それは。
高崎の口伝です。血族 HMI のあるべき姿、到達するべきところ。
あるべき姿。
自分の姉にあたるものがコーマになった時は、一族全部まとめて解体されていい感じだったそうです。
そんなのただの化け物じゃねえか。
Soroko turned around.
お父さん。
Her voice echoed through the area, sounding empty as if it had lost what made her truly human. Was that really Soroko?
どうして
Took a step forward, but something below my foot suddenly screamed out. Felt unbearable pain, like my limbs had been torn off. Couldn't approach it like this. My lungs abandoned me. Those wounds weren't old. The old ones had experienced necrosis. Wounds that had and hadn't healed seemed to open up all at once. Amidst the pain, I thought of this perfect comparison. Say that an individual was infected with a virus that would wipe out all of humanity. And if they were killed within 24 hours, it would spread. Weren't killed within 24 hours, it would spread. What was the proper course of action? Could one really choose? Would you save the many by killing one? Or would you avoid taking a life if it meant letting billions die? The correct answer to that question did not exist. If numbers were the only factor, then of course many would choose to act for the good of humanity. But what if the infected individual was your beloved? Even then, it would be those who could and couldn't kill them. All answers were right, but also equally wrong. All beliefs negated all other beliefs. Whoops. Thus, there was no true answer.
お父さん
Her dry lips seemed to sing a song of lament. Did she love him? She denied to seem to have hurt Sorako Katsuragi. What of it though? If I was at fault for a condition, I couldn't allow myself to look away. I had many chances to reconsider my oath, to have abandoned the path, looked ahead, but instead, on my own will, I'd chosen the madness of revenge. I planned to walk that path until the very end, accepting all that came with it. My goal was to settle the score with my own hands, no matter how it would manifest.
ソラコ今そこへ行く
So I faced the true demise before me, head on.
大丈夫よ空子
Sakuroute spoke as if she was embracing her lonely, shivering friend.
あなたに何が起こってるのかわからないでも大丈夫私が必ずあなたを守るから
Saw the light of will, which appeared strong enough to enlighten even the deepest trenches. Trench. Actually, that's like part of the CG from the start of the game with the fucking helicopter, isn't it? Miteri's off to the side there. I'm pretty sure. Whoops, did I not read? So I already read that. My leg naturally stopped. I had no place on that stage. Saku's side profile told me that I had to leave it all to her.
Sit
Whoops. Bathed in the front-facing wind that seemed to come from outside the world, Saku's hair danced. The wind was strong enough to stop anyone in their tracks, but she didn't look away. And she spoke like a bell blessing, resounding through the night.
wait
サクは何をするつもりだ
I didn't know why I asked. Sakutanashi wished to save Sorako. But did anything truly stand a chance against that inhuman evil?
リア王3を使うつもりだ何が起こってるのか俺にもよくわからねえけどサクは空子のあれがハローが原因だって思ってるんだ
どうにかできるのか
ハローによるものならできます違ってもどうにかしますそれがサクの持つハロータイプキンリア3ラン
Miracles truly happened. And that was one of them.
これは星
Small lights appeared around Saku. They grew in number until they exceeded the hundreds in the blink of an eye. They resembled a sea of stars, like magic straight out of fantasy. They were bright enough to appear real. If they weren't, they were merely illusions created by senses beyond the 5 basic ones, which only HMIs accessed. Soroko's halo no longer had an effect on Saku. Like the eye of the storm, the air around Saku remained completely still. Nothing influenced it. What couldn't exist, didn't. What could, gone its natural form.
ファウンデーションと時の先生が呼んでいました 成田も予想はついてるかもしれませんが、サクのリア王3はハローを破壊するハロー、正しくは HMI であることを切り離すハローです。
そんなことが可能なのかね。
I'd guessed as much, but it still didn't seem real. To do what Eru claimed was even harder than fully separating wine and water from a single cup. The mind existed only because the body did, and halos were manifestations of an HMI's true nature, meaning that the mind and body were basically as one. Separating a halo with a consequence was akin to tearing out someone's heart only for the person to survive due to the heart beating outside their chest.
サクはやります。
That was Saku Tanashi, queen who reigned from the very top of the academy. Saku's King Lear 3 somehow destroyed the very fact that someone was an HMI, robbing them of their halos. After she finished, only a normal human remained, in a way that obliterated one of the Academy's main tenets. She denied the HMI that HMIs were born nobles and possibilities. Finally understood why they used her to deal with patients of Slidus syndrome. She reduced those who gained preternatural powers into mere humans. Punishment far graver than most. Using her powers, she overturned the notion of something being impossible. Solako's left hand pierced Solako's chest. However, there was no blood, or anything else was boorish. Saku's hand sunk into her elbow, which had struck it into a body of water. Contrary to what you expect, nothing poked out of Solako's back. When Saku pulled her hand out, she had a star-like light. So that could have been an illusion. The radiance faded, the booming winds and coiling malice had dispersed as well. Everything had returned to normal. Saku and Soroko simply stood in the middle of a plain park. And Saku ended it. He saved Soroko. I have you to thank. Soroko's knees gave out as though they'd lost support. Saku embraced her friend with both hands.
眠りなさい、ソラコ。今は何も考えなくていいから。
The worst possible conclusion had been averted. A sudden gunshot pierced Soroko's body. Soroko spun through the air due to the bullet's power. Uninformed individuals would have assumed she'd decided to bask in the moonlight and dance. She collapsed after traveling far out of Saku's hands.
Sorako!
I jumped out before Saku screamed. Kept Soroko from hitting the ground by placing her on my left shoulder. Edo had followed after me and rammed into Saku, who stood there in shock to force her to the ground. Tumbo kicked a nearby tree, making it crack. The part that fell became impromptu cover for a repeat attack. Apparently that warning was unnecessary. Two large vehicles stopped at the entrance of the park. I felt the actors who'd been dying for their turn approach. Many pairs of feet joyously hit the ground. They split up amidst the dark backdrop and quickly encircled us. At a glance, I saw at least 10 enemies. Based on their footsteps, they were decently armed and were relatively experienced.
ソラコ、成田、ソラコは。
安心したまえ。息はある。だが出血が激しい。
Tried to treat Soroko's wound as we hid behind cover. Luckily, the bullet had missed all her vitals, so she hadn't died instantly. It was only a matter of time until things grew worse.
成田、そこをどけ。俺が見る。
Tamo jumped next to us with Eru under her arm. Instead of checking the wound, she instantly placed her mouth over Soroko's. She gave her a little breath of life. Soroko's pale face regained some color and the bleeding stopped.
玉は何をしたのかね。
ヤンキーはソラコの身体機能を拡張させたのです。もともと人体が持っている自然治癒能力を増強させて、負傷のこれ以上の悪化を防ぎました。だ
けど傷が深い。なるべく早くにまともな手当て。
つまりどちらにしても包囲されているこの状況を突破すればいいということだろう。わかりやすい話だ。
Regardless of who they were, I planned to make them pay. However, Soroko's wound was the most pressing thing, so I shelved that for later.
成田、早く病院へ。
この連中を引き連れてかね。
Using the doctor's cover, they approached us. Felt like I was in the closing maw. They obviously knew we were students from the academy. The group as well trained and armed as them did not fit a rural Japanese town. What were they? Jum? Some other group, perhaps. Acted without any information on them seemed foolhardy. If they attacked us in the hospital, the number of casualties would have only increased.
さらに言うなら、空子の状況がわからないままでは、スクールへ連れて帰ることもできない。
どうしたら。
逃げ込む先の心当たりはある。まずはこの場を突破しよう。
手間取るわけにはいかねえぞ。
Tama already knew what had to be done. She grinned and stood by my side. She and I were the vanguard. We planned to protect Sorako from the front while Saku and Ero acted as the rear guard.
私がそれほど物分かりの悪い男に見えるかね。
せいぜい足は引っ張んなよ。
おや、勇ましいことだ。
待って二人とも。
サク、お前は後にしろ。
Tamo cut Saku's words short with enough vigor to make her not want to talk back.
まだ何かあるかもしれねえし。空子のやつを守っててくれりゃ、ここは俺と成田で足りる。
あなた。
いい
ことを言いますね。ヤンキーもたまには。親成田、どうかしましたか？かっこいい決め台詞を取られた三下みたいな顔をしています。
ふむ。
Well, Tamo and I were more than a match for the ones around us, but our real enemy was time.
とは言ったもんだけど、スナイパーも嫌がるし、サクとエル、それに負傷した空子を抱えて安全に脱出するのは結構骨が折れるぜ。
分かっているとも。だからこういう時には。
With perfect timing, the brushwood parted to reveal a grey van. It drifted through the encirclement, spinning in a way that broke their formation. The precise calculated path made it crash into some of them before stopping right before us.
伏兵というやつを使うことにしよ
う。Hishia! My dear maid, Mori Hishia stepped out of the van with her long skirt gracefully trailing behind her.
準備ができましたので、ご奉仕いたします。
誰だこいつ。
シアさん？
これはお久しぶりです、メイドさん。
どうかイシア担当お気軽にお呼びください。
She grabbed her skirt with the left hand and greeted us. Sadly, her right hand remained behind her back, so it wasn't quite proper. Suddenly, the unknown assailants charged at us, losing some of their comrades to a sudden van attack that spurred them into action. She dealt with them in an extremely pained manner, raising a dear little toy in her right hand.
成田家のメイドのたしなみ M240 機関銃でございます。
The black object, which had been mounted on the van's hood, felt extremely menacing. Machine guns, much like tanks, had changed the course of history. Their ability to unleash a storm of bullets had instantly eliminated the value of cavalry charges. The M240 was a design from the 70s, but the USA and other NATO countries still made use of it. It was a masterpiece of a machine gun. Despite being used as a supplementary firepower mounted on tanks, guns, and vessels, it weighed only 12.5 kilograms and was trusted by many due to its deadly nature. The ones from at the front obviously saw it, and their eyes widened in shock. They had fearlessly attacked the Academy's HMIs, but they'd never expected to face a maid with a machine gun. You know, that is my favorite song, Maid with a Machine Gun. You know, as opposed to Angel with a Shotgun.
本日は腕によりをかけてご奉仕いたしますので、どうかお楽しみくださいませ。
She fired 907.62mm bullets per minute at speeds of 900 meters per second. Our phones became unrecognizable hunks of meat in mere seconds. Not even assault rifles compared to its destructive power. The trees failed to serve as cover.
よろしくご奉仕させていただきます。
The pure, unfiltered violence on display ended most of our worries.
ヒシアータン、これは超やりすぎなのでは？ 自分的には一向に構わないのですが。
右の頬を打たれたら八つ咲きにして杭の上にさらすのが成田家の流儀でございます。二度と歯向かう気力がなくなるまで徹底的に思い知らせましょう。と行きたいところですが、今は下級の時、時間を優先するといたします。皆様お乗りください。
Hishia stopped firing, gave us a courteous bow, and pointed at the van. A secret room existed within the academy that only few could enter. It remained outside the academy's security layer, meaning that calls in it weren't recorded.
黒船は始末できたようです。思いのほか簡単でした。これであなたの目論見通りですか、本部長。今回の一件は相当に派手になりますからね。知事の責任問題は避けられない。そうなればうまく立ち回ったあなたが後釜としていよいよ正解に。
He was talking to the Director General of the HMI Countermeasures Task Force in T Prefecture. Due to the size of the problem in the area, that department was exceedingly close to the central government. The Director General was therefore obviously an elite government official and one of the major guardians of the academy.
人聞きが悪いですね。私は自分の信念に忠実に生きているだけですよ。桂木空子が逃げ出せるよう誘導した甲斐もありました。なるほど。千載一遇の好機ですか。もちろん分かっていますよ。どれだけ殺し合ってくれたとしても我々の懐は痛まないといった次第ですから。おっと、あなたからすると貴重な資源の無駄遣いになってしまいますか。
The Director General was one of the Sentinels. They were a political group that tried to gain international power by militarizing HMI technology. Thanks to the Academy, it acquired a large set of HMIs, greatly expanding the potential of militarization. However, their manager, Kurofune, seemed adamantly against military HMIs. The man insisted that an HMI's true value involved innovation and the advancement of mankind. However, the Director General merely saw them as a new form of weapon. The difference in perceived value was far too great.
そうですね。彼はロマンチストすぎます。革命家なんてものは得てして夢見がちで、最後には夢破れてテロリストに落ちぶれるのが筋ですがね。
HMIs were humans who'd gained unnatural powers. Or in other words, monsters. The very fact that Zeta Syndrome and Onslaught Syndrome existed proved that point. There were human monsters who'd broken under the weight of their mutant powers.
有史以来、ワールドオーダーはパワーと不可分だった。HMI はそれを保有する者に新しい世界秩序の可能性を開く。一体何の不満があるのやら。
Watch him get caught immediately. Frankly, Director General's haughty tone amused him. Didn't suit a man who'd failed to realize he was a mere pawn. Sento's Shishikai chuckled lightly, which escaped the Director General's notice. Shinri Narita and Mori Hishia took Saku and the others to the church in Okushima. It was an old yet sturdy house of God. No one else seemed to inhabit the place, so they figured Narita must have bought the abandoned building or acquired it through some other means. They pulled their strength and carried Sorako to the room in the back. There were no doctors present, so Narita himself treated her. He finished unexpectedly quickly.
成田、空子は？
心配はいらない。傷の手当ては済んだ。玉緒のハローがなければ危うかったが。
そう。
Alright, so who needs weapons?
よかったじゃねえか、サク。
成田もたまには役に立ちます。
The bullet had passed right through her, so merely sewing it shut was enough. It wasn't ever a fatal wound, but Tamo's power had made it even less serious. Saku shivered as she recalled the pain of having a wound sewn shut. Sulaku should have been thankful that the shock from King Lear III separating her from her halo made her lose consciousness. She was stable at last, at the sight of her peaceful face made Saku sigh in relief.
ありがとう、成田。
礼の必要はないよ。
Honestly, Shinri Narita wanted to thank her instead. Showed on his face, even if he didn't realize it. He was a man of many mysteries, and some of his secrets occasionally peeked out. His skin felt akin to armor with gaps in it. Saku could see them in that moment as well. There was something about him that resembled kindness, but Saku wasn't entirely sure. Still, at the very least, she knew he was carrying a heavy burden, an intense, unshakable will. A few moments prior, his mate and ally Mori Hishia shot the enemies without hesitation, killing them without so much as a second thought. That sight had shocked Saku, though a part of her understood something thanks to that. Shinri Narita was a total outsider, a stranger from a world where that was the norm. It was hard to think when exhausted. So, Saku pulled out a piece of candy and placed it in her mouth to get some sugar.
惚れた弱みなのかな。
Saku didn't feel like rejecting him no matter what he was. Instead of being scared, she was grateful that he'd saved them. Thus, she chose to simply accept reality as it was, even if he kept the secrets. She did hope a day would arrive when he would confess such things to her, however. Corpses, death, twisted and crushed bodies. It was as though she'd created such things with her own hands. A sudden surge of fear and joy made Saku Tanashi want to vomit.
この場所が何なのかとか、お前の腹の中についてとか、聞かなきゃならねえことは山ほどあるが、空子に免じて後にしといてやる。
まあ、ヤンキーに賛成です。今の我々は友情のために学園を飛び出してしまったリベリオン。しばらくは五越同州と行きましょう。
They squinted as they looked at me, but I appreciated that they hadn't asked any questions. They must have had a lot of them on their mind. I couldn't answer any of them since they would have made them my enemies.
さすがはご主人様のご学友の皆様。実に頼もしい方ばかりで、必死や羨ましい限りでございます。
あなたほどじゃないわ。さっきはありがとう、菱谷。おかげで空子が死なずに済んだ。
ご主人様の指示に従ったまで、お礼には及びません。
メイド服と機関銃とか、超頼もしすぎて、自分、ちょっとエッチな抱き枕化したいところです。
頼もしい以前に変だろ。誰か突っ込めよ、メイドと機関銃。
Like, why is the hitman the one to point out that this is really fucking weird and off? Soroko rested atop a makeshift bed created from a pew. I felt bad about it, but our foes may have still been on our tail, so the church wasn't the safest place. She was out front in case we had to make a quick escape. Condition had finally stabilized, so there was something I had to confirm.
先ほどの話の続きをしよう、高崎エル。コーマとはどういったものなのだね。先ほど見た空子の変化がそれなのか。
と言っても自分、詳しいことはほとんど知りませんよ。所詮口伝です。高崎500年も自分を最後の作品に途絶えたも同然ですから。
耐えたとは、エルの姉の仕業で、なのか。
姉にあたるものですが、まあ。高崎は先天性 HMI の血統で、永遠500年をかけて、コーマにたどり着こうと。口伝によると本来の姿ですから、立ち戻ろうとしていました。自分も姉にあたるものも、突き詰めれば代々の高崎すべてが、言うなれば、そのプロトタイプです。白いプロトタイプ、高崎エル、超かっこいい。
ま、昔から続いてる決闘なんてやつは、どこも似たり寄ったりのブチ切れ具合だよな。
でも、エル、あなた、今まで一度もそんなこと。
すみません。時の先生から口止めされていました。サクにも絶対に伝えてはならないと。
当然時の女子は 全て承知だったわけか。
I knew why she wished to keep it a secret. The thing we'd seen today, and the idea that that was our true form, was terrifying. I was impressed that the crowns had managed to bear it, though it still clearly felt fear. It was true for me as well, and it was fundamentally different from the fear of death or developing Slider syndrome. It was the fear of becoming something truly inhuman. The halos HMIs possessed were rather delicate, depended on their mental state, so knowing of such a possibility risked destabilizing them.
先に準備を整えておこう。菱谷、手伝ってくれ。
承知しました。
They used that excuse to leave the uncomfortable hall. Everyone clearly required some time to digest the situation. I walked to the basement to take care of important matters while I still had the chance. I was full of tools I'd prepared for my revenge, which awaited their chance to shine. I went through the old steel shelves, taking all the weapons and gear I needed.
ところで、黒船が事故に遭った件だが。
ご指示の通り確認してみたのですが、帝黒船が郊外で襲撃されたのは事実のようです。
黒船が AHM 程度にか。
装備、質とも以前ご主人様と菱谷があった三下どもとは桁が違うようでございます。
それで黒船の生死は？
Isha shook her head to express her lack of knowledge. He might have died. Couldn't have reached such an unclimactic end after I'd traveled so far. Shinri Narita's 7-year journey could only end once I'd taken revenge with my own two hands.
他に何か？
手がかりかどうかは分かりませんが。
The neighboring room contained something extremely familiar to me. It was a corpse one Ishii had acquired close to where Kurofune had been attacked. It was the remains of one of Taigi's maids.
何かの足しになるかと。それに AHM に遺体を発見されて、黒船の生死の情報をちょっとでも与えちゃうと嫌だなぁと、菱谷持ってきてしまいました。
よくやってくれた、菱谷。
Kurofune Mikado was Shinri Narita's chief target. AHM making a mess of my sacred mission was simply unacceptable. I figured the remains wouldn't help much. Took off the clothes just in case. The body was riddled with bullet wounds, which was a sign of an intense battle.
おや、こいつは驚きです。まさか女装少年メイドとは。
Looked down upon the smooth body of a young boy. Isha couldn't tell at first, but I'd learned the maid's true gender when I first saw Taigi painting him. Couldn't have been more obvious. Even through clothes, bone structure and muscle mass were a dead giveaway. Though, admittedly, I used chi and her to refer to him for appearance's sake.
こういうピーキーな趣味は父親とせがれの果たしてどっちのあれなことやら。
このナイフ、見覚えがある。
Found a tribal African throwing knife under his skirt. It was a knife that the one used by the shapeless guardian in the forest near the plant. The thing that had harmed Saku.
このメイドの戦力はあれほどのものだったか。なるほど。魔の森に魔のメイド。似合いの鉄壁だな。
There were several of them. They all looked exactly the same. Even most twins differed more. Appearance alone was enough to tell the difference. I had no way of confirming if he was the one who attacked us. The maids were far more powerful than normal humans, but it seemed they still couldn't handle a shower of gunfire. However, it looked like he'd fought until he barely resembled a human, which made the word monster a most apt description.
どうかされましたか？
I moved the hair aside and took a look at the corpse's face, which made me freeze. I couldn't tell when he was alive, but one look at it in that moment made me realize the truth. Spoke with a voice that sounded entirely unlike my own. The maid had my late sister's face. That matured some. There was no mistaking that it was Rudy's. That's fucked up. Hands shook, Got a feeling about a range that's past anything I'd ever felt before.
成田様の死んだご兄弟の顔だと。
黒船、そして夜店時の何をしてのけた。
I had several guesses, but one thing seemed certain. They had crossed a line not meant to be crossed.
速やかに学園に戻る。準備を。あのウィッチに口を割らせてから殺す。生きていようがいまいが、黒船もこの手で殺す。
承知いたしました。
I reined in my anger, put on my usual Shindy Narita facade. With a calm expression on my face, I returned to the hall. In my hand, I had a case of equipment I needed.
今サクたちとも話してたんだけど、さっき襲ってきた連中、やっぱ AHM だと思うか。
十中八九間違いないだろう。あるいは黒船の事故とやらも奴らが関係しているのかもしれない。
でも AHM の動向には当局も厳しく目を光らせてるのに、何の兆候もなかったなんて。
Saku had a point. The equipment and skill of the group that had attacked us was clearly the result of intense planning.
ところでサク、私とヒシヤが君と時の女子を救った夜の出来事を覚えているかね。
忘れられるわけがないでしょ。あなたと初めて会った夜なんだから。
それは何とも光栄だね。
今そういう話をするとき？
私たち分かり合ってるぜ、みたいなやりとり。自分、超ムカつきます。
話の腰折るなよ。
もちろん、のろけるのは日を改めてにしよ
う。改めてしなくていいです。
君たちはどうして外出していたのかね。その行動は定期的なものだったのだろうか。
こいつ、無視しやがった。サクにも無視されたことがないのに。
もうやめとけ。
あの日の会合は県本部とのスライダー対策の打ち合わせで、前回の出動要請の事後処理を兼ねていたわ。
それってどういう話につながるんだ？
For once, someone actually looked intrigued by the matter.
定例ではないから関係者でなければ正確な日付を予想することはできないといったところだな。
ずいぶん持って回った言い方するじゃねえか。
クラウン一の作詞の自分が思うに、成田はこう言いたいわけですか。
Ada pointed out in a hurry.
それでは筋が通らない。
お？
スパイはいるだろう。しかし内通者の立場は元来危険なもの。まして相手は黒船や夜店時の下手な行動をとっていれば即座に露見するはず。にしてはあの夜の襲撃は半端だ。
でも襲撃が成功していれば時の先生は殺されて私は捕まってた。彼らにとっては大きな。
本当にその成果を得ようとしたのなら襲撃の規模が小さすぎる。素人同然の兵隊でクラウンの筆頭を襲うという発想そのものが正気の沙汰ではない。
だよな。
つまり
Turned around, pulled a Glock 17 from the holster at my side and fired 2 shots, making a man pathetically fall from the ceiling of the hall.
無粋な来客の登場か。つけられていたか、それとも網にかかったか。
He just fucking pulls out a Glock, just shoots at the ceiling. All of them are just very confused, and suddenly just 2 corpses fall from the sky. Felt the presence of approaching enemies, though there were only a few.
君とエルは空子を守れ。タモ、今度こそ手を借りるとしよ
う。上等だよ。もらいっぱなしってのも性に合わねえとこだったしな。
ヒシヤはサクたちを頼む。
承知いたしました。では音無様、高崎様、桂木様を連れてこちらの柱の影に。
The door to the hall burst open. With the shock or smoke vanished, the doors broke as well, and many men with faces hid by Kevlar masks entered through them. They were AHM jihadists, clad in bulletproof jumpsuits and armed with NR-08 submachine guns. He opened fire almost immediately. Sparks of gunfire focused entirely on us. Out of our group, only Hishi and I were armed, plus they greatly outnumbered us. There were 20 of them. For the bold of them to mobilize so many people in a Japanese town, even if it was quite rural. AHM utilized mankind's greatest strength to attack HMIs. Shared standards and quantity over quality. Mankind's most prominent characteristic was their inability to accept the abnormal. They didn't have any special qualities or differences between them. Unity allowed for the mass production of the mediocre. So armed groups made them powerful enough to take the lives of many creatures. The NR-08 muzzle flashes lit up throughout the hall. NR-08s were copies of HK's legendary MP5 series, produced by Norinco. They weren't as powerful as the original, but the MP5's design was perfect for indoor battles, as many police and special forces used the knockoff. The dense hail of bullets proved fatal in tight spaces. Speed alone wasn't enough to evade it all. Luckily, there were other factors in play. I dashed forward, below one of the wind, becoming one with the wind that melted into the darkness. I had home field advantage. The many obstacles in the area were positive for me. Moved as I pleased from shadow to shadow, sometimes picking up the pillars. I even used Chipkali when necessary. My three-dimensional movements were hard to follow even with nighttime goggles. That was the wind in the dark, then my companion was a lightning bolt in the night. Tama Wakahito was as skilled as I'd assumed. She may have even surpassed my expectations. The Tempest 4, the physical enhancement provided by her halo, helped her match beasts and speed. No normal human had the ability to track even her shadow. Tamo jumped between the pillars effortlessly. Then she looked down at the intense storm of bullets and struck at the enemy from above. Down two. She'd killed both of them by piercing their throats with her bare hands. No one as much as heard her coming. Her skill was utterly mesmerizing. Our foes noticed their comrades' violent deaths, which created an opening. My turn had finally arrived. In a blink of an eye, I closed the gap between me and an enemy. I dashed to his blind spot to reach him. Must have looked like it appeared out of thin air from his point of view. Even if bullets flew faster than a human could react, the triggers were pulled by human will. If they didn't even see me, guns were thoroughly useless. Hit him with a palm to the jaw, then an elbow strike. Then a heavy elbow strike. While he collapsed, I thrust my lower palm into the weak spot near his heart. To avoid bullets from the others, I kicked a pew and jumped to the side as my left hand acted on its own and pulled out a handgun. Fired 7 shots towards my enemies without even looking at them. 2 of them downed their targets, while the rest kept the reinforcements behind a pillar at bay. By the time I landed, Tomo had taken care of 2 more. Besides us, Hishia relentlessly fired her M240 at the remains of the large door, the group that tried to enter through it. About half of them died in 10 odd seconds. They'd walked into a truly hellish nightmare. I didn't know who'd talked them into attacking us, but they probably assumed us an easy target, only to find out that they'd walked into a lion's den. The survivors abandoned their collapsed comrades and rushed out of the hall.
逃げました。ザコどもめ、
Ed, who'd been merely hiding behind a pillar, laughed while maintaining an expressionless face.
てめえ何もしてねえだろ。
成田、連中を追った方が何かわかるかもしれないし。
Saku had just been exposed to a massacre even worse than the one in the park. Clearly shocked her. Yet she put on a brave front. Looking back on it, she'd always been like that.
いや、おとなしく尻尾を巻いたわけではないだろう。セオリーなら手榴弾かガスが次の一手だ。黙って待っている道理はない。今のうちに脱出させてもらおう。
やめろ、やだ。
He heard screams of fear coming from outside. They most likely belonged to the ones who'd run away. The screams continued. They were slowly picked off like insects, with their limbs being torn off one by one. Soon enough, all was silent. Our AHM foes had all died. The unexpected turn of events made even Saku lose her words. She didn't sense them as I had, but the church's garden, which wasn't visible from our location, had a new group of people in it. Sure, the AHM were most likely caught off guard during their attempt to flee, but they'd still crushed those men, which made them dangerous. Instead of run to shield the others and signaled them to be still. None of the people in the garden had charged into the hall, which meant they didn't intend to fight right away. Everyone remained so silent that even the light sound of bugs echoed around us. The tense atmosphere felt painful, but then something dispersed it.
そっちへ行きますけど、撃たないでくださいよ。俺たちは敵じゃないんだから。
A young man spoke. Shortly after, a group of people walked in through the rectangular entrance, lit by moonlight. They all entered through the destroyed entrance, wearing a familiar uniform. They were clearly the academy students.
今夜は千客万来だ。一体何の騒ぎだね。
It felt like I was at a carnival. There were about 10 of them, and they were all led by a single man. I recalled passing by some of the maidens in the academy's hallways. They were in different years, yet and had varied breast sizes, but all of them were premier grade. Thus, I assumed everyone present was a high grade HMI. The fact that they'd revealed themselves at this point of all times made me doubt that they were merely the cavalry.
それはこっちのセリフだよ。成田真理。
誰だったろう。
Placed my fist against my temple and tried to remember.
なんだと、貴様。
We studied in the same environment. We probably passed each other several times, but I always made a point to not remember men's
鍵
names.
石よしお。2年、オロドルインのリーダーだ。
He spoke as if cursing me with every syllable.
君の後ろにいる乙女は水倉女子だったか。なるほど。確かに以前会った記憶がある。
I had the ability to instantly match a maiden's name to a face. She'd picked a fight with me shortly after I had retransferred. The girl was part of quite the sad group. The world was full of people who couldn't tolerate the existence of those who didn't conform to their beliefs. Why were they after me? No, they clearly had a more distinct goal in mind.
君たちはどういったグループなのかね。オロドルインだったか。スクールにそんなサークルの類があるとは過分にして聞いた覚えがないが。
うちの学園、実は同好会の類は結構盛況なんですけどね。
あの連中はそういうのでもないんだろう。
Tamo squinted as she looked at them from head to toe. She didn't seem hostile, just irritated. Tamo Akihito wasn't fond of the idea of mere students stepping into such a dangerous situation.
まあね、赤人。俺たちは秘密サークルみたいなものさ。
一体何を言ってるの？
The insignia of Saku-Tanashi handed Sorako over to Hisha and took a step forward. Overwhelmed by her direct gaze, all of Orodruin gasped. Saku-Tanashi was the queen who reigned from the peak of the academy. Her King Lair 3 struck fear into the hearts of every HMI. However, whatever seemed brave enough to stand before her without losing his composure.
引っ込んでてください、おとなしい人。俺たちはスクールの指示で動いています。桂木空子を回収しろ。クラウンに任せるなと。
もろバレてるじゃねえか。
あのボンボン、やはり裏切りましたか。自分、作詞として最初から怪しいと睨んでいました。
Impossible. No, Taigi had not betrayed us. I believed that with all my heart. I believed it because I knew Taigi in the past. He would not have put Sorako in danger. This wasn't a betrayal. It couldn't have been Korofuna's order either. AHM had assaulted him, so his current state was uncertain.
それは夜店時野の指示か。
He didn't respond, but his sneer made the answer obvious. If it wasn't Tokino Yomise, then regardless of who backed Orodruin, it was clear that something big had happened in the academy.
空子は私たちが連れて戻ります。
それはダメですよ、人。スクールの指示に歯向かうんですか。人を自ら。
He had hit a sore spot. Saku made a troubled face as she mulled over her thoughts. She had the will to resolve to fight the academy. That matter was entirely different. When it came to Sorako, Saku didn't have the justice to resist the academy's orders. She was too reasonable to let her emotions alone control her. Despite that, she didn't let what was right control her.
では、私が直接指示を出した者と話をします。
いい加減にわきまえてください。無理にでも連れてこいと指示されていますが、俺たちはあなたたちと戦いたいわけじゃない。同じ仲間だ。
今のはどういう意味ですか？
He regretted saying that, but it was too late. Saku approached him with an aura that allowed no lies, and he backed away.
俺たちオロドルインはスクール本来の目的を追求するための選抜メンバー。そういうことですよ。
意味がわからないわ。
知らないでしょうと言ってるんですよ、おとなしサク。スクールの本当の意義を、何を求めているのかを。
Though scared, he stood strong. His pride as a chosen one helped him overcome his fear.
オール、そう呼ばれています。俺たちの行き着く先、到達すべきところ、架空の概念。スクールの背景にある連中、システムとだけ呼ばれている。スクールや理事長があれだけの権力や政治力を持ってるのも全部そいつらのおかげだ。
There was a hint of elation in his words. He sounded certain that he knew some hidden truth. Saku was wise, so she didn't laugh off those words that sounded like conspiracy theories. Honestly, she might have expected something along those lines. The Academy had power, wealth, connections, and influence that required the backing of at least a country.
ちょっと待てよ。
システムか。なるほど。伝説だな。
知っているのですか、ライ。じゃない、成田。
裏の世界でも伝説でしかない。裏の裏。その名前を耳にして生き延びた者は皆無という。世界にも匹敵するほど巨大なネットワーク。あるいは超国家規模のメガグループ。
It was a mysterious group known only as the System. No one dared to speak its true name, for drawing too close to their secrets resulted in being erased, quite literally. It was a true legend, and I'd never actually met someone claim it. Been a member before. Something clicked in my mind. The group supporting the Academy had to have been the terminals of the System.
なるほど。ぶっちゃけると悪の秘密結社ですか。でも名前を耳にして生き延びた者は皆無なのに、どうやって伝説になるんでしょう。
この状況にこれっぽっちも関係ねえな。
What's his face? Continued his speech.
オールとは先触れ。システムの先導者です。マギタル委員会を束ねる形なきピラーの頂点。そこはありえざる座としてずっと空席だった。スクールが設立された本当の目的は、その空席を埋める人間を探すこと。大勢の HMI もたった一人の本物を探し出すために集められたんです。その一人が世界を手に入れる。
思いのほか聞かせてくれるな。もっと続きはないのかね。
Impressed by his presentation, they gave him some praise. For some reason, that angered him.
お前らは選ばれなかった。俺たちが選ばれた。俺たちオロドルインの中から待ちかねたオールが現れる。
与えられた価値に迎合し良しとするのかね。それでは人生に何の面白みもない。君自身が信頼すべきものを出したまえ。私にとっては無論自分だ。
貴様、どこまでも減らず口を。
おとなしさく。
Suddenly called out to her, which made her straighten her back.
時間が欲しい。そろそろこの茶番は幕にしよう。選びたまえ。君はどうする？君がどうするにせよ、私は自分の信じるところをなすだろう。もとよりそういう約束だ。
Shinji Naito's goal was set in stone. It didn't matter if I had to challenge the Academy, the strongest militarized country in the world, or some mysterious supranational organization. I had to enact my revenge, even if it meant slaughtering all who stood in my way. I had no means to walk alongside Saku. Our paths had merely briefly crossed, so I asked her that question, not to argue, but to receive confirmation of that fact.
そうだった。それなら私の答えは決まっている。
Like always, she faced those before her with the eyes of an earnest sailor looking into the far sea.
道を開けなさい。空子は渡さない。そして 音無サクは空子を連れてこれからスクールに戻る。直接全てを問いただす。
正気か。スクールに歯向かうのか、大人。
He screamed in despair, and his eyes the academy was a holy land. Probably didn't even imagine that an inhabitant would betray its will.
音無サクは自らの信じる道を行く。それがノーブルであるということ。私の道がスクールにとって仇になるというのなら、私はスクールとでも戦う。あなたたちに命じた者にも帰ってそう伝えなさい。
There were times when people had to challenge something they considered sacred. It was a harsh, noble path, shared by many, and she decided to join them. Saku-Tanashi lived with constant worry in her heart. She herself claimed to be inexperienced. Thus she often hesitated and faltered. That merely made her all the more beautiful. Wouldn't have been enchanted by her if she was but a proud prestige flower. She hesitated, yet walked ahead without fear. She flew while accepting all contradictions. Her damaged wings bled as she rose higher and higher. Her path was supreme, and felt far more valuable than a path without hesitation.
高崎エルは言うまでもなくサクの味方です。スクールのではないですので、あしからず。
もうちょっと話の方を聞いてからにしたいんだけど。ったく、しゃあねえな。
いわゆる校外暴力でございますね。
So it's time for some civil disobedience.
シアータン、それはただの大暴れと言います。反省しろ、筋肉胸ヤンキー。
筋肉じゃねえよ。俺の胸はもっと柔らかいから。
Burr's true value was tested in dire situations. The maidens were both brilliant and a joy to have at my side. They'd all selected what they believed in over the place they once belonged.
お前らやれ。
He shouted that phrase with anger and bitterness in his voice. The people seemed perplexed and hesitant, so he made himself more clear.
俺たちはオロドルインだ。選ばれたものだ。フルキックラウンを俺たち自らの手で破壊しろ。
ああ、もうちまちまうっとうしいんだよ。
Unable to bear it any longer, Tomo acted first. She ran to the side at high speeds, escaping their field of vision before taking down a couple of them.
つべこべ言ってる暇があるんならとっとと来い。
落ち着け。一人ずつ狙え。
That was a wise decision, which suited a member of the so-called chosen flock. In battles between HMIs, a single hit dealt defeat. No matter how powerful an HMI, they had normal human bodies. Some HMIs were stronger than others, but none were unbeatable. So, focusing multiple halos on one target at a time was the right course of action. When outnumbered, even a crown could be defeated by a stray attack. Of course, Ishiatamo and I didn't plan to allow that. However, before I rushed forward, someone walked between me and Orudrin. Saku-Tanashi. I almost told her to wait, but her back seemed to beam with strong
あん
resolve.
たが最強じゃないって証明してやる。
Orudrin's HMIs charged Saku, who had appeared completely defenseless. As students of the academy, they knew her strength better than anyone else. Saku-Tanashi's King Lair automatically retaliated against Halo attacks and destroyed their source. Thus, HMI stood no chance against her. Though that was a bit of an exaggeration. No Halo could influence her, but that was it. Physical manipulation Halos influenced and controlled actual physical phenomena. They had the ability to, for example, control heat by speeding up atoms, but that didn't make the heat a Halo. In the end, it was just a phenomenon. And if it wasn't a Halo, it could harm Saku-Tanashi.
食らえ。
バカやめろ。余計な手を出すな。
Tomo returned and called out to stop Saku, but she was too late. Thus,
愚か者。
yet briefly, yet clearly, the judging Valkyrie set that word. Saku stomped on the piece of candy she always had with her. She pulled 3 of them out of the case at her waist and bit down on them all at the exact same time. The empty sticks between her fingers vanished like a shattering white flower. It resembled the feelings of an HMI using a halo, which made me realize that those were actually... The battle ended in an instant. Heat, fluid, electricity, and invisible powers. All of them lost speed and stopped before reaching Saku. They failed to harm a single hair on her head.
これで終わりか。
The members of Orudrin were dumbfounded. They'd heard the rumors about her deeds, but that was probably their first time witnessing her power
あれ
firsthand.
はサクのハローなのか。
The unexpected outcome shocked even Shinri Narita. Halos represented the combination of every dormant possibility lying within a human being. They were a manifestation of an HMI's very soul. The HMI is incapable of giving that possibility clear form. The halo would not manifest and attain physical mass. Any uncertainties in an HMI's mental image made it lose its stability. Although mental state could alter a halo's form, no halo had the ability to take on multiple forms at once. But then, what was the power Saku Tanashi was displaying? It was far too different to simply be an alternate form of the same power that had saved Sorako.
あれがサクの本気だよ。というか、サクのリア王3の本来の力は、
サクは過去にスライダーや HMI から剥奪したハローを全て保有しています。普段外してあるのは人格への負担が大きいからでしかありません。その処理能力はスクールでも最大です。普通の HMI が5、エトワール級で40とすると、音無サクは約2000。文字通り桁違いの処理能力で、サクは元来は自分のものではないハローを同時に最大5つエミュレートできます。それは単に多種のハローを行使できるという意味ではありません。複数の力を統合し、未だ存在しないハローを作り出すファウンデーションの力。それこそが頂点。音無サクのリア王3。
She fully deserves to be considered the strongest HMI. The ability to wield 5 halos at once was terrifying enough on its own, but power transcended
今
that.
のあれが複合ハローだ。自分の周りのベクトルを食ってる。時の先生によると、核兵器でも傷一つ負わないだろうってさ。
Saku merely stood in place while any attempts to harm her were rendered moot. Struck by fear, the members of Orudrin backed away. However, Saku's booming voice paralyzed them.
逃げるのか？たあいもないぞ。反旗を翻したなら名誉にかけて死力を尽くせ。力ある者には義務が伴う。お前たちはその義務と誇りを失った。クラウンの名において音無サクが裁く。
Saku walked forward in a most casual manner, as if taking a stroll in a field. It wasn't a battle, but a one-sided execution. They never had a chance of victory. The group of high-grade HMIs failed to slow Saku Tanashi down at all.
嘘だ。嘘だ。
こんなのやめてよ。
Every single time the Queen's slender hand glowed, HMIs were reduced to mere human beings. She left the HMIs stripped of their halos in her wake. They wailed in despair like angels expelled from paradise. She reaped not just their powers, but also their pride as superior beings.
逃げるな！踏みとどまれ！おい！お前ら！それでも、オロドルーインの一員か！
Her show of overwhelming force made it impossible to maintain order. After one ran away, the others quickly followed. The chosen flock dispersed like powerless insects. Only one remained. The leader of the defeated army, having lost his allies' sword and shield, started crying in despair.
最後まで踏みとどまった。その誇りを認めよう。
Saku swung her arm down without a shred of mercy. One of the people who'd run away saved What's-His-Face. He turned and jumped in front of him, pushing him to the ground. Saved by Lady Luck, the two grabbed hold of each other and ran off without ever turning
な
back.
るほど。彼の少年はともかく、存外友人には恵まれているらしい。
Saku chose not to chase after them. The battle, if you could call it that, ended. Those who'd been caught by Saku had become scab-bound creatures with their wings clipped. That was probably the worst punishment imaginable for them, as they'd defined their sense of selves on their powers. She chased Orudrin away all by herself, but no joy graced her face. In fact, she appeared sad. In truth, Saku was afraid. Her halo and the endless possibilities that came with it terrified her. She had a near omnipotent halo, but rarely ever used it. Though Veda was correct about the strain on her personality, that certainly wasn't the only reason.
待って成田。乱暴はやめて。その子たちはもう。
君の言葉は尊重したいが、下級の場合だ。
They wailed because they'd lost their qualifications, but didn't have time to act. Well, but we didn't have time to act considerate. So I questioned one of them directly.
さて、諸君らを後ろで操っていたのは誰だ？私は今多少機嫌が悪い。共に学び屋で過ごした同輩相手に手荒な真似はしたくないが、返答次第では。
The threats were excessive. The HMI husks showed no will to resist and spilt their guts.
獅子会マスターオロドル院の顧問研究員で。
マスターがそんな。
あの占りが黒幕ね。でもさ、そんな重要な役職なら時の先生じゃねえの普通。
Tomo pointed out something relevant. Our shopify.
ジャパニーズ的派閥争いというやつではございませんか。派閥はジャパニーズに限りませんが、でかい組織というのはワンボードのわけがありませんので。
詮索はいい。おおよその筋書きは読めた。
Centaur Shishkai was the spy. Kept an eye on him, so a fact didn't surprise me. Didn't know what his endgame was, but it was certain he was responsible for the information leaks to outside groups like AHM. Was he an AHM spy? Was he correct about him being a pawn in some in-faction conflicts within the system? My guts told me it was the latter, and that he'd merely manipulated AHM. But honestly, it didn't matter. It was nothing but an extra in Shinri Narita's revenge tragedy. If he tried to get involved with me again, I simply had to eliminate him and move forward.
そういえば成田、連中が襲ってくる前に何か言いかけてなかったか？
Right, and I finished
つまり
talking.
全てが逆ではないかということだよ。AHM は以前から何か大きな行動計画を準備していた。そのために集められた人員の一部が半ば暴走してサクたちを襲撃したのではないかとね。
Many in AHM hated HMIs with a passion, so it wouldn't have surprised me if some had run out of patience and attacked early.
サクが襲われた事件の以降に警戒を強めたところで、すでに準備は終わった後だ。網にかかるはずがない。とはいえ、それだけの大きな行動が全く誰の目に留まらなかったというのも考えにくい。当局の内部でも相当の大物がAHM に協力していると考えて間違いないだろう。
するとテロッピーどもの目的は？
AHM も駒の一つでしかない。この場合、背後にいる者の目的だが、おそらくスクールそのものだ。
そんな。
Saku near this gasped. Apparently they didn't expect something so
確か
dramatic.
にやり口は強引すぎる。となると、連中は学園中枢に関わる何らかの情報を掴んでいるのかもしれない。この一手で帝黒船とスクールに致命傷を与えられる。黒船の生死も不明、クラウンも外に出ている今は連中にとっては千載一遇の好機といったところだね。
まさか今頃スクールは。
じゃあさっきのオロドなんとかって連中は？
オロドルインです。記憶しろ、ヤンキー。
うっせえ。とにかく連中の役目は
我々の足止め兼空子の処分役といったところだな。この分では空子を研究棟から市内まで誘導したのも。
I wasn't absolutely certain about my hypothesis, but a large opening had been created. The academy was in utter disarray, with their strongest guardians nowhere in sight.
今すぐにスクールへ戻らなきゃ。
騎士やスクールまで足が必要だ。
まったく思いつきで行動するご主人様の身勝手には医師や呆れて声も出ません。
出ています。
一流のメイドたるもの、常に口答えを忘れてはなりません。それがたしなみというものなのです。
さすがは本物のメイドさん、勉強になります。
それでは成田様、不本意ながらお任せくださいませ。
You should drove the van at breakneck speeds. Seated next to her while the crowds were behind us. I'll be right back. Oh Lord, here we go. I am really tempted to just like drag this on for a bit more. Just ending the part right now and going off and playing more Devil Survivor. Listen, I'm enjoying the game. It's great. It's fun. It's a fun ride. Hisha drove the van at breakneck speeds. And we'll see the next triple. The crowns are behind us.
窮屈かと思いますが、しばしのご辛抱を願います。
ダメだわ。何度やってもスクールと連絡がつかない。携帯も端末も普通になってる。
やはり何事があったんでしょうか。
おい前、ポリコーの検問だ。
Wasn't it there because of the shootout in the middle of town, or was it just another part of Shishikai's script?
シア、任せよ。
石谷、異彩承知でございます。
Hisha showed no intention of slowing down. In fact, we accelerated, ignoring all the traffic lights and speed limits. The officers at checkpoint 10.
どうする気？
今は時間が惜しい。
それってまさか。
Saku hesitated for only a moment. Then she gathered her resolve.
ぶちかまして！
Even the bravest officers were dispersed by our battering ram. Bursting through the barricade, the vans continued south-southwest towards the academy.
ポリコードも追ってくる気配ねえな。
どこかからか指示が出ているんでしょうね。追った方が足止めになるのにやらないということは。
スクールにポリコーを近づけたくない理由があんだろ、そりゃ。
今は急ぐことだ。
いけません。手遅れのようです。
In the distance, I saw the sky above the academy turn red due to fire and flames. Golden sparks fluttered in the night, falling like snow.
東側？寮の方だわ。
Sound of an explosion rocked the air. It was a sound unlike gunfire, but still something I knew well. A grenade burst. My best guess was that they were mainly AHM. I never imagined that they had prepared that much firepower, so I quickly realized that we were in a sticky situation. No one leading a normal life in Japan would have ever heard such a sound. The girl's expressions grew tense, clearly out of worry of the other students.
寮の方へ行って！
If Tokino Yomisa was still around, she would have focused on protecting the core of the academy, which was either the research building or the plant. She Knight had no reason to head straight to the dome.
成田様。
行け、東だ。
急いで！
お任せください。
It was pure chaos. Screams, gunfire, bloodshed, and fire filled the air, a vision of pure hell. Buildings burned, pristine pale domes that turned as orange as flames engulfing them. Students rushed out through the doors. They were gunned down as they ran out. The HMIs may have had superpowers, but that meant nothing when they lost themselves to panic. Some fought back. A few of those did severe damage to the enemy forces. Yeah, that's what they were. The individuals in black jumpsuits were AHM jihadists. Their Kevlar masks rid them of their individuality, making them look like tin soldiers.
殺せ。化け物どもめ。駆除しろ。焼け。
One of the cursing tin soldiers fell. The others ignored it and counterattacked, shooting the students who jumped out. Guns, firearms, grenades, the many fruits of human knowledge that had been developed into weapons of war throughout the millennia. Students dropped like flies. Monsters were nothing in the face of such deadly wisdom. Mankind were elite killers. We'd massacred the Cro-Magnons, Neanderthals, and went on to kill millions more.
死ね。死ね。死ね。死ね。
They killed them methodically, killing, and killing again. Both the sinners and the innocent were burned and shot equally. They were being slaughtered.
あのけだものどもが。
止めろシア。
承知いたしました。
どきなさい。
サク
Sakura tried to exit the van. Eru tried to exit the van, but Sakura pushed her aside and jumped out herself. Damned humans. Kill them all, kill them with fear, kill them with envy, kill them with hatred, kill them with sadness, kill them to enact revenge. Kill them, 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 kill them. Overcome with intense anger, she planned to kill them, even when she forgot why she was mad in the first place. Someone called out to her from behind, but she didn't understand their words. She seemed to almost forget the Japanese language itself. The cacophony of sounds rang out around her. Sakotonashi. Simply grinned. Her shapely lips turned to a beautiful crescent moon. No one would have believed that was Sakotonashi's smile. She grinned, feeling immense joy. After all, that was the first time in years she'd witnessed such a jolly scene. She felt like a princess at a ball, with a jovial smile on her face. She crunched on 4 pieces of candy. The enemies noticed her before she got a chance to act. Someone fired an RPG towards the van. The rocket motor released the white flame as it flew at immense speeds. However, the object got shot down mid-air. Bright light had struck it. And shaken, the men aimed their guns at her and fired. Each of their bullets were countered by shields of light. None of them reached Saku. Anything that touched the shields instantly melted away, where their temperature was far above even the melting point of iron. Unable to get a proper grasp on the situation, the enemies were overcome by fear. Countless lights appeared around Saku, but they were quite unlike the ones that had manifested when she saved Sorako. They brought death. Lights became beams and exploded forward. The lights. They were akin to boiling hot spears that melted everything they touched. Arms, legs, even entire upper halves vanished without a trace. She fixed her aim on them and prepared to fire again. The leg of a man who tried to run vanished. The other leg and arms followed as he fell. He stuck out his tongue in pain. After his jaw went, his head, hairy tears of blood soon followed. Seeing them in a single hit felt far too simple and boring. Thus she tore them apart piece by piece. To her, killing them felt like unwrapping a piece of candy and then savoring it. She was having far too much fun. Never and wherever, the world was an enthralling playground. No matter how long she spent in that wonderful place, she never tired of it. She fired a third time, increasing the number of spears. 20 strong spears of light transformed into swords with unlimited length. Metal, people, trains, all was indiscriminately split in twain. She reaped the legs of 10 at once, then tore them to bits before they landed. Oh, what a sight. It surely deserved a round of applause. It took grabbing her by her shoulders and shaking her to snap her out of it. Her memory failed her as if derailed from a train. A gruesome sight was before her eyes. Said it was obvious who'd done it. Her tongue froze in her throat. Her legs shook. What had she just done? Whatever it was, it scared her to no end.
Saku. 玉を。エル。量を頼むわ。無事なものを集めて。
Her throat was dry, so she had to force out that response.
サク。
私は大丈夫だから。エルも言って。
はい。わかりました。
When they left, she clutched her shoulders to keep herself from collapsing. Tamo and Eru ran into the burning dorm. No enemies remained. They had been purged in less than a minute. The battle had ended. Saving the surviving students became our primary objective.
シア、正面を頼む。
承知いたしました。
After sending Hishi away, I noticed the Saku tremble as she stared at the gruesome sight.
大丈夫かね。
何が？
人を撃ったのは初めてだったのだろう。
成田、聞いて。
ああ、
覚悟はしてた。いつか撃たなくちゃいけないかもしれないって。ノーブルとしてスクールを預かっている以上だから。あんな連中、友達を殺してあんな顔で笑って、あんな奴らみんな死んでしまえばいいって。
君は自分の義務を果たした。音無しサクはスクールを守った。それは君に与えられた責任だ。引き金を引く。
そうじゃない。楽しかった。撃つのが楽しかった。殺すのが楽しかった。泣きながら逃げ回る連中を見るのが楽しかった。楽しくて楽しくて、もっとバラバラにしてやりたくて。
初めて人を撃って混乱しているだけだ。
Pure nonsense left my mouth. I believed it less than anyone else. What had I just witnessed? No, there was no need to ask. It was definitely Saku Tanashi. However, she was completely unlike herself. Like she'd admitted, she fully enjoyed the massacre.
夢の話したの覚えている？
ああ、
ずっと前から時々記憶が途切れることがあった。私、ニトリのことを調べてる途中で206号事件という何年か前の事件のことが分かって調べたら。
夢だ。何もかも悪い夢だ。
でも私は死んだ人の顔を。
She embraced herself as though she was freezing as she shrieked those words. Her pained voice stabbed deep into my heart. Commendable pride kept her from crying even in such a dire situation. That only made me sad. The burning dorm scorched the sky above. Golden sparks danced as they had on that night 7 years ago.
ごめんなさい。こんな時に変なこと言って。
Saku recovered without anyone's help. At least so I thought.
いや、いい。
成田、一つお願いあるの。
構わないよ。君の願いなら。
もし私がじゃなくなってしまうなら、あなたの手で。
Her earnest prayer made me lose my words. She turned around with a faint smile on her face. Sadness in her first smile reminded me of a pilgrim who'd lost their place of prayer.
あなたや空子やエルや玉緒やこの学園のみんなを、私の大切なものを私の手で壊させるような真似だけは絶対にさせないで。
チカオ、その時はきっと私が。
ありがとう。
The weight on her shoulders finally lifted, if only a little. She certainly seemed at peace. However, before we got a chance to rest, we heard bellowing. There were younger voices that clearly belonged to surviving students.
殺せ！
敵を取ってやっちまえ！
Apparently some of the enemies had survived. There were so few left that they stood no chance against HMIs, so they were caught immediately. Surviving students burned with rage, righteous indignation over being robbed of their fellow students, and friends filled their hearts. Tamao and Eru alone failed to subdue their anger.
行ってくるわ。
サク、大丈夫かね。
心配しないで。平気。
Saku-Tanashi stood proud and strong before the enraged students.
やめなさい。
人を。音無さん、どうしてだ。 あいつら俺たちの仲間を。
戦いは終わった。これ以上殺してはならない。彼らは拘束して当局に引き渡します。
あいつらは仲間を大勢殺したわ。友達も。このまま生かして引き渡すなんて冗談じゃない。絶対に許さない。この場で殺してやる。
やめろと言っている。
Students, Tomo, Eru, and I, and even the powerless agents all gasped, looking at the girl as if time had stopped for all but her.
私たちは何者だ。誇りあるスクールの一員、ノーブルとしての自覚があるなら、今何をなすべきか考えろ。なすべきことをなしなさい。耐え難いものを耐えなさい。それでも納得がいかないなら、音無し策が相手になる。
Everyone stood stock still. Some sobbed, some grinded their teeth in chagrin, but none rose against her. However, something wholly unexpected erupted out of one of their mouths.
お前のせいだ。
That curse wasn't directed at Sakurai HM. The accuser pointed their finger straight at me.
お前のせいだ、成田真理。
What's his name? But the other Orodruin members addressed me. Apparently they had just returned from their defeat at the hands of Saku.
貴様が来なければこんなことにならなかったんだ。お前が現れなければこうじゃなかった。お前は何なんだよ。全部ぶち壊しに来たのかよ。
待ちなさい。それは。
構わない。
Saku jumped out to clear the misunderstanding, but I raised my hand to stop her. He'd loved the senseless accusation. The sheer sadness and rage he felt due to this tragic scene made him act in an illogical manner. However, he wasn't entirely wrong.
それでどうする。
はあ？
君の言い分には一理はある。私がここへ来なければ、あるいはこうはならなかったかもしれない。
だと
この惨状、流血、死、それはあるいは私が招いたのかもしれないと。だからどうした。この惨状を自分が招いたとしても、私は思うがままに振る舞うだけだ。ではどうする。お前のせいだと指させば満足なのかね。ならばいくらでもそうしているといい。私にとっては痛くも痒くもない。
When an enraged individual could still speak, and there were no serious threat. Once it truly took control, speaking was completely impossible. Of course, he didn't even have to speak for me to understand. He refused to tolerate the words Shinji Narita had just spoken. Saku failed to stop him in time. He charged at me by his own will, and I ruthlessly threw him to the ground. I hit him in the solar plexus so hard that he probably felt it on his back. He held on his stomach and collapsed, vomiting as he rolled around like a dying insect.
それで終わりならば、私はなすべきをなしに。
I turned around and walked off by myself, basking in their hatred. Where was I to go? The answer to that question seemed rather obvious. Said my final goodbye to my peaceful times at the academy. I had no need for words, nor did I have any right to say anything. With that, my days as a student came to an end. The scene felt quite natural. Shinji Narita was a hateful avenger, so it was only fitting for him to earn the ire of many. Moments of warm sunshine were always transient in my life. I had places to be as an avenger. Gunshots and explosions rung out from other parts of the campus, specifically on the west end of the academy. It already quieted down, however, had a battle ended. The sound of gunshots came from the research building. No, the forest. Plant, most likely. Early AHM weren't after students in the dorm, but whatever was sitting deep in the academy's dark underbelly. So I knew exactly where to find Tokino Yomise. The academy's security had been compromised, or a battle truly had taken place around the plant, and the gate must have been destroyed, at least weakened. I no longer had to rely on getting through the forest. A straight path had opened before me. Saku caught up to me as I walked out the rose garden.
どこへ行くの？
Sorako's up again? He wasn't alone either. Eru, Tamo, and even Sorako. Been supported by Tamo will follow
行
her.
くべきところへだ。
プラントへ行くつもりでしょう。
そうだ。今なら警備も混乱している。近づくのは簡単だ。
行くわ。
傷ついた同輩を放置してから。
全員で話し合って決めたわ。あとは彼らに、オロドルインの子たちに任せました。
真実はどうでもいいのですが、自分、サクが行くなら行きます。
俺もな。ま、行かなきゃならない事情はあるんだよ。
僕も。
Tamo's halo had improved her recovery speed, but Sorako's wounds still hadn't closed. She still looked quite pale. Even standing appeared to be challenging for her. As far as I knew, she no longer had a halo.
空子まで連れて行くのか。
自分で言い出したことよ。
僕なら大丈夫。倒れている時もずっと聞こえてたから、嘘みたいに頭が軽い。これが何も見えない世界なんだね。
空子、私、あなたのハロー
助けてくれたんだからいいんだ。こんな世界もうずっと忘れてた。ハローがなくなっても僕はまだクラウンだから、最後まで見届けないと。
I touched her awkward smile, tracing her cheek as if to wipe away tears.
黄金のようだ。君の輝けるものは今も昔も少しも変わらないのだね。
Sorako threw a questioning glare at me as I walked ahead. Glanced at me as I walked ahead.
何かね。
ねえ、一つだけ聞いても
ニートも。
有田君、帰ってきたの。
そう
ありがとう。
礼には及ばない。行くとしよう。
The rest are just completely fucking confused, like, what the fuck was that? There were signs of an intense battle around the plant. It looked like a true battlefield.
あれ、大義のメイドじゃ。
Morotai's maid was leaning against the tree as if resting, not moving in a muscle. The body was covered in wounds, and it no longer seemed to contain monstrous strength. It was just a
お
corpse.
やすみ。
The face that resembled the one I knew long ago had eyes that were hidden by hair. I gently closed them with my hand. I kept walking ahead. The gate had been destroyed and all security personnel on the way to the underground elevator had been killed. The elevator still worked because it was the only way to get deeper into the plant. The AHM needed it to get inside. Thanks to that, we had no trouble using it. Beyond the door thick enough for a nuclear shelter, we saw an immensely large space that looks different from last time. There we go. Tokino Yumisa rushed through a hallway in the underground passage. She had lost the signal of 3 out of 4 SSDs. A single one could match an entire Special Forces squad, but that was a sign that the enemy had dispatched a group of true elites. In all honesty, she hadn't expected the Academy to suffer so many losses. She had been caught off guard. Well, that much was certain, but it was clear that they weren't just AHM.
どこまで行っても人間のやることに完全はないか。
She stopped walking, cutting off the pleasant sounds of her clicking heels. She noticed a gun's muzzle targeting her from behind a pillar and looked towards it.
さて、夜店先生、そろそろ終わりにしましょうか。
A man revealed himself, gun in hand, and a grin on his face, acting as grandiose as the star of an opera. The gun aimed at her made Tokino raise an eyebrow. Not feeling threatened at all, she threw a glance at the man.
自死かい。この騒ぎもお前の仕業か。
そうですよ。驚きましたか？こうなってしまうとは予想外だったでしょう。おとなし策を脅して焚きつけたり、カツラギを市内に逃がしたり、いろいろと手間取りましたからね。
質問をしてもいいか？
構いませんよ。どうせ最後ですから。
お前は AHM か？
いやはや、夜店先生は単純だな。俺が AHM だってそんなのは笑える。
お前 HMI を憎んでいただろう。
どうしてそれを。
You've been trying to keep it a secret, but you saw right through him. It made his eyes widen in
目
surprise.
だよ。時々すごい目で学生を見ていた。隠している様子だったので何も言わなかったがね。復讐か？知り合いでも殺されたか？それとも何かを奪われたのか？
数年前、スクールができる直前にある HMI が起こした連続殺人事件を覚えているか。
30人近い人間を殺していたあれかね。
俺の弟一家もその犠牲者の一人だ。ずっと一緒にやってきた。そして家族も娘もできた。ようやくだった。
なるほど。確かにお前のプロフィールには記載されていたな。それならお前はサクに感謝するべきだ。あれの犯人を始末したのはサクなのだから。
はっ、化け物同士が殺し合っただけだ。
家族を殺された。だから HMI を憎んだか。それこそお前が AHM でない理由がない。
そうさ、あんたの言う通りだ。連中と接触はしているとも。いい駒だ。まあここにいる理由を言えばね、俺テロ爆弾、それは弱者のやることだ。他に何もできない連中が怒りの吐き口にぶち壊すのさ。俺はそんなにバカじゃない。その程度の怒りでどうなる？そんな程度で HMI を絶滅できるのか？違う！そうだろ。俺はシステムのメンバーだ。それにふさわしいやり方をするさ。このお前さえいなければ。
私が何だと？
腹立たしいやつだ。まったくお前は垣根なしの天才だよ。それだけは認めてやる。夜店時の天才ゆえの傲慢だ。お前には足元が見えてない。お前がいなければ俺がここの管理を任されていたはずだ。そして今よりも確実。
Talking aside, clearly
そ
disinterested.
んなことか。
そんなこと。
そんなことを本気で言い出す奴がいるとは想像もしていなかった。まさか自分の力が足りないのを棚に上げて私のせいだとはね。
She sneered as if she couldn't hold it in her
これ
laughter.
は失礼。いや、笑う。本当に全く笑ってしまうよ。お前はとんだ道化だ。もう少しまともな理由があるのかとほんのちょっぴり期待したが時間の無駄だったな。
無駄だと？そうだ、貴様のその態度が他の人間なんて視野にも入れてない。それが
誤解を訂正しておこう。私はこれでも他人へのリスペクトは欠かさない人間だ。真に価値あるもの、我が恩師たるグランドプロフェッサーやソフィア、ベリタス、ビータ、クアドリガの他の3人やクラウンの子たちには私はいくらでも敬意を払うと思う。思想心情の違いにかかわらず、たとえ敵でも才能ある者は尊ばれるべきだ。エジソンのようなクソもいるがね。
この後に及んでよくそれだけ舌が回る。
円弱いずくんぞ、広告の志を知らんや。そんなさまつな理由でシステムの反 HMI 派をつないで AHM はじめ外の勢力を支援していたとはご苦労の話だ。さて、知りたいことはあと2つだけだ。いいかね？
なんだ？
この2年奥島で続いている HMI の死亡事件はお前たちの仕業か？
はあ、何のことを言っている？
いや、もういい。試しに尋ねてみただけだからな。なので質問は次が最後だ。スクールの HMI の殲滅か？そんなことは不可能だ。 精鋭とはいえあの装備と人数ではクラウンの子たちには対抗できないとすると、
さすがに目の付けどころはいいな。ああ、そうさ。どうせやるなら一撃で再起不能にしてしまわなければな。狙いはプラントだ。やっと驚いたな。顔色が変わったぞ。プラントを回収する。あれの所有者が世界を変える。ここの研究は飛んだ。システムも方針を変更する。あとは俺がうまく使ってやる。そうさ、お前よりもずっとうまく効率よく連中を始末するために。夜店時のついでにお前と黒船にも死んでもらう。ああ、黒船はもう死んでいたな。やつは新参者の分際で大きな顔をしすぎた。お似合いの結末さ。
Like, I really like the voice work right now. He sounds like an asshole that's having way too much fun.
理事長の敵は貴様の支援者か。わかりやすいな。
そろそろ終わりにしよう。こういう場合はやはりさよなら。
いや、バカめだ。
Gunshot echoed through the dark hallway. Once it died down, Shishka checked his body. For some reason, a giant black hole had appeared on it. Tokino Yomi said a P-2000 in hand before he even noticed the smoke already trailing out of the barrel. Metallic ringing reverberated through the hallway as the spent casing fell to the
ボ
ground.
ディアーマーぐらいはつけておくべきだったな。もっとも、その時は頭を狙ったが。
Shishka didn't understand this sudden turn of events. It wasn't even the fact that she'd shot him that shook him. Why hadn't she pulled out the gun? He had his eyes on her the whole time, so he simply had to pull the trigger to shoot her. How had she turned the tide when he hadn't even given her a single second to react?
わからないという顔をしているから教えてやろう。銃は私の趣味だ。ワイヤットアップとは言わないが、そこそこはいける口だ。
Hold on, I just feel the need to, Fuck, I actually opened Steam, I didn't want to do that. Go here.
So それと、お前がスパイなのは分かっていたとも。面倒だから言わなかっただけだ。泳がせていた方が敵をまとめて釣り上げるのに便利だと思ったからな。それにしては随分な痛手を被ってしまった。どんな相手も侮るべきではない。いい教訓になった。感謝しよう。
She pulled the trigger as casually as a normal person turned on the air conditioner. That time, the bullet sank right into his forehead. Sento Shishka died with an expression of shock glued to his face. Although space was large enough to fit a few high-rise buildings, it was crafted by human hands. So much work had went into it.
こんな施設、一体いつの間に。
下の方もどれだけ深いのか見えねえよ。すげえな。
すごいというよりも、スケール感狂いっぱなし。自分、気分は144分の1モデルです。
待って、あそこに。
Soroko pointed at a maid clad in a black uniform who was against a fence. That was the third maid we'd found. The battle must have taken place around that area. The maid was surrounded by the remnants of UAHM soldiers who were maimed so badly it was hard to make out their original forms.
おや、こいつ生きてますね。超虫の息ですが。
玉を頼めるだろうか。
はあ？何すっとぼけてんだよ、ここまで来て。
Understood why she doubted my sanity. The maid was but a puppet. Once healed, she would surely obey Tokino Yomi's every command and faces as an enemy.
分かっている。だが
玉を、 やってあげられない？玉緒ちゃん、僕からも。
Tamo scratched her head for a moment, then clicked her tongue.
やってたかって。だいたい成田のくせに頼むとか生意気だっつの。もう、ここまでの仮チャラで、ついでに貸しにしとくからな。
ヤンキーもまだまだ超甘ですね。
Tamo quickly pressed her lips onto the maze and exhaled, though unlike with Sorako, it didn't seem to do anything.
一応やったけど、相当負傷してるからどうなるかわかんねえぞ。
感謝する。この借りは必ず返そう。
We had no time to take the maid to the surface. We simply placed him down at the edge of the hallway. Considering their inhuman vitality, I assumed he would recover eventually.
ここにはスクールの秘密があるはず。探しましょう。
セキュリティは落ちてるみたいだけど、何があるかわかんない場所だ。まだ AHM の生き残りもいるかもしんねえし、バラバラになるなよ。
玉緒ちゃん、慣れてるみたい。
ヤンキーとは全国番長を決めるためにトーナメントするような人種です。修羅場には超慣れてるのも当然でしょう。
引率なんじゃ慣れてねえっつ。
あれ？成田のやつ、どこ？
成田真理、どうしてここへ？一般の学生は立ち入り禁止だと知らないはずはないでしょう。
I was in a hallway of a hidden structure that seemed as complex as the human cardiovascular system. There was no way you'd expected my presence. Yet Toki no Yomise acted calm and collected.
ずいぶん探したぞ、夜店時の。セキュリティが落ちているのは幸いだが、位置情報もわからなくなるのは面倒で困る。
I grinned, unable to contain my joy and hatred.
外の騒動はどうなっています？
She remained calm, but clearly suspected me. It was most likely due to my grin, which certainly didn't suit the situation.
AHM の部隊ならサクが決着をつけたとも。残っているとしても少数の悪あがき。
それは上々です。早急に体制を立て直さなければなりません。
できかねる。
心情に反するからですか？
The piercing gaze made it clear to her that she'd guessed wrong.
心情ではなく目的だ。成田真理はこの日のためにスクールに加わった。
なるほど。合点がいきました。
自分の罪を覚えているのか？
いえ、私には一切の罪悪感はありません。ただ、そうまでして私を、そして桂木や花園を狙った理由を推測してみると、他に理由は考えにくいですから。成田真理、人類という種は、生とは、そもそも他者を食いつぶす。それを罪と呼び、犠牲と呼ぶならば、無意にせぬための結果こそ求めるべきです。すべては人類の未来のため。流された血の一滴まで、輝かしい栄光の未来を作ることで報いましょう。
勝者の理屈だな。奪い取った者の劇場で生き残った者たち相手に演じられる芝居の題目だ。死んだ者には悔いも償いも謝罪も。
理解し合えるとは思っていません。
撃つな。
She stealthily reached for a gun at her side, but then stopped as though sewn into place.
ハムレット12。声と言葉を媒介にして相手の脳にコードを打ち込む物理干渉型ハローによる心理制圧。
Now we finally know what the exact effect of his halo is.
他者の内面に干渉できる HMI は希少です。その意味であなたもまたエトワールにふさわしい逸材。しかし成田真理のハローの強制力は必ずしも高いわけではありません。
お前たちがハムレット12と名付けた力で打ち込んだワードをお前の脳は自分の意志と区別できない。そしてお前が一番よく知っているはずだ。私のハローは解除しない限り消えることはない。
I was Shinri Narita's Hamlet 12. People thought using words, so language influenced the mind. Advanced thoughts can only be formed with the individual knew proper vocabulary. Hamlet 12 was essentially a virus imprinted on the brain. It was fundamentally impossible to tell whether the code was an actual thought or fake created by my halo. Shinri Narita's codes were processed as if they were the target's own will. My words held power over the human mind. They created torturing regret and restricted actions. Dr. Yomise was correct. A person still had the chance to make a proper decision by calmly analyzing their thoughts and singling out the anomaly. However,
それは冷静に思考するだけの猶予があればの話だ。何より人間の知性と精神でそんな真似を永遠に続けることはできない。
influence only affected reflex-based movements. That meant that Tokino Yomise, who had just ordered not to shoot, would be slightly slower at shooting whenever she aimed her gun. Even if it merely bought a second, it was enough time for me to kill her.
学生として入学してくるとは、私を殺すために回りくどい真似をしたものですね。
仇には違いないが、お前はついでだよ、夜店時の。真に撃つべきは黒船だ。お前たちの組織、何と言ったかな。
なんとでも名前などあってなきがごとしです。
お前たちの力は強大だ。裏の世界でも禁忌と言われるだけはある。私もここに入り込むまで、ついに黒船を倒す機会を得られなかった。だが、ようやくだ。まずはお前を。
Saku suddenly jumped in front of my gun. Shit! Saku instantly realized Shinigami had left in the pursuit of his true goals. Still, she walked around the underground facility in search of Narita, only to find a scene so scary that it made her want to look away. Narita had pointed the gun at none other than her dear teacher, Tokino Yomise. The expression on his face displayed an emotion she didn't know he had. It was a demonic visage, though at the same time, it seemed like an expression of lament that spoke more than 1,000 words. She could tell that the scene before her was more important to him than life itself. The words that exchanged proved Saku's intuition right. Revenge. That was Shinri Narita's true goal. The reason why he joined the academy. Like puzzle pieces, today's happenings since Narita arrived all had different meanings. In that moment, the picture seemed complete. There was some deep connection between him and her teacher. Narita's expression said everything. She understood the blindingly clear will of the man she loved. Neither words nor bullets could make him reconsider. He planned to pull the trigger, even if Saku stood before him. Thus, Tokino would die before Saku's eyes. Saku jumped out before thinking about anything more. She stood right between them. She knew full well that she had no means to stop Narita. It filled her heart with pain, but she still didn't stand back or do nothing.
音無し作。まさかこの男と行動を共にしているのですか？
Saku didn't really answer that question. She simply glared at me with unwavering eyes.
今の話は本当？成田は復讐のためにスクールへ来たの？
Straightforward words as sharp as an unsheathed blade. There was no question but a confirmation of the facts. I felt her nearby before she jumped out, but that didn't make me waver. No matter who got in my way, I had to fulfill my oath.
君には関わりのないことだよ。
私に聞く権利はないのかと、そう言ってるの！
聞いてどうする？
聞いてから決めるわ。私がどうするかを決めるのは私よ。何も知らないまま流されるなんて願い下げ。納得がいかなければ、あなたを倒してでも止めてみせる！
She made her will clear. I knew she wouldn't back away. That made her eyes, which were clearly fixed directly on me, as beautiful as raging fire.
そうだな。君には聞く権利があるだろう。おとなしさく。
And so, with my eyes still fixed on Tokino Yomise, I revealed information that only shared with Hishiya thus far.
7年前のことだ。玄馬黒船。 このスクールの理事長である男と仲間の手でとある古い一族が滅ぼされた。黒船はもともとその一族に仕えていた男だった。裏切ったのだよ、自分の親友だった当主を。守るべき腹からを、長年にわたる断りを全てを保護にしたのだ。その裏切り者たちこそ玄馬黒船、花園武士、桂木新山、そしてそこにいる夜店時の。
That lion made her speak up.
時の先生も、それよりも桂木新山って、まさか空子の両親が死んだのは。
この手でふさわしい末路を与えた。
Told her the cold hard truth.
桂木家はかつて帝家のいわば金庫番を務める家だった。だが新山は金に目がくらみ、本家を裏切った。
The many fragments of Shinri Narita started to combine. The busy days, the many encounters, the various misfortunes that struck the two of us. Saku finally knew the whole truth. To do that, she was surely critical of my actions and had every right to make it known. But she didn't say a word. Said she made a bitter lower lip so hard it bled and sadly urged me to continue.
7年前のあの夜、裏切り者たちは帝の本家にいた者を皆殺しにした。一人残らず、当主とその妻も、屋敷にいた二人の子供も、生き残りはいなかった。そして残された全てを奪った。そこをさらうようにして、帝の名も財も何もかも。
しかしあなたが生きていたと？
Clutched the wound on my right hand. Scar from when Kurufune shot
い
me.
や、私は死人だよ、夜店時の。成田真理はただの亡霊だ。死者の像を払うために帰ってきたのだ。帝の者たちに罪なく殺された妹に鎮魂の祈りを捧げるために。
妹？まさか帝春水だと？ありえない。あの状況で生き延びていたとは。
Instead of replying, I merely cracked a ghastly grin.
さすがは帝の血族と言っておきましょう。
She remained as calm as the surface of a frozen lake. Nothing seemed to faze her, but she felt quite regrettable. Tragedy, hatred, no matter how potent, such things had no power to change her expression. Love it though. Shinri Narita would only do what he must
さ
have
て
to.
お前には聞きたいことがある、夜店時の。答えてもらうぞ。
私はスクールのミストレスとして敵には何も教えるつもりはありません。あなたの怨恨などには何の興味もありません。
貴様の心情には何の興味もない。なぜ帝を滅ぼした？答えろ。
Burned a code into her will, making sure to say it with enough power so she couldn't ignore it.
理事長、帝。当時は玄馬黒船でしたが、彼はシステムと接触していました。彼の依頼に応えて、私がエージェントとして赴いたのです。
Conflict between her true will and my code made her sweat with mortification, which was a new look on her. Instead of growing out claws or fangs, mankind chose to evolve through sheer planning. It was a path of common technology, ideas, knowledge, and tools. The tool we called language allowed us to continue to evolve, and thanks to us having a heavenly greatest adaptability speak amongst all animals, quickly made us lords of the earth. It felt rather comical that Yumise, a leading mind among humans, was being tortured by the binding curse of words. Even cracked a grin at the thought.
なぜ帝を滅ぼしたのか。理由は簡単です。邪魔だったから。それ以外に何があるというのですか。
そんなのが理由になるんですか？
Saku raised her voice to the point of screaming.
すべては人類の未来のためです。
Saku failed to keep up with Tokino's unhesitant answer and found herself at a loss for words.
当然ではありませんか。システムとは人類のためにあるのです。救うために、守るために、よりよく生かすために。我々はずっとそうしてきました。
Saku was rendered speechless. Destruction for the sake of salvation. Facing such common contradiction, yet again shocked her to the core. That was enough. No matter how much I asked about Mikoto's downfall, the past wouldn't change. You know, it was a meaningless line of questioning, but I needed the extra closure.
質問は終わりですか、成田真理。
もう一つある。メイドの顔を見た。何をした？いえ。
SSD クローニングと成長調整による腎臓 HMI オス型への変化は不完全だからです。そもそも HMI のクローニングは SSD 以外には成功例がありません。兄として誇りなさい。帝瑠璃は原型として完璧でした。彼女だからこそ SSD は成功したのです。
十分だ。幕を引いてやる。
That was why the Mikotos were in the way. The woman before me didn't even stir emotions linked to revenge. She not only took Iruria's life, but also desecrated her sacred remains. What I felt was beyond mere hatred and rage. I aimed my oath-sworn arm at Tokino Yomisa's temple.
待って。
Whispers came at the very last moment.
やめろというのかね。
She seemed to understand that her protests were useless. Her response still surprised me, however.
復讐なんて無駄だから。虚しいからやめろ。あなたは全部承知でそうすることを決めてる。復讐者に復讐をやめろなんて、生きるのをやめろというのと同じだわ。あなたにはそうする理由も権利もあると思う。
そうか。
だから問題は、私にとってそれが正しいかどうかだけよ。
Saku stood before Tokino Yomisa. They faced each other with an expression of helpless indignation and heart-shattering pain, respectively.
時の先生、さっき玉尾たちとここのデータベースから学生たちの管理データを見つけました。大勢の学生が私たちの知らないところで廃棄されていました。ニトリもそうだったんでしょうか。オンスロート化とは一体何ですか？鍵石義雄たちは自分たちをホロドルインオールの候補だと言いました。システムはそもそもそのためにこのスクールを作ったのだと。私はまだ何も知りません。真実を教えてください。
Tokino Yomisa was the academy's mistress, the head lecturer. Saku was the woman who supported her, but also an unforgivable enemy who'd claimed Mitori's life. The heavy, cruel truth before her made Saku bite her lips so hard that blood dripped out. And so she showed no hint of running away or averting her gaze. She may have wanted to do that, but she knew she couldn't. Her earnest personality was an important aspect of Saku Tanashi and made her appear as so dazzling that I felt blinded.
真実とは見出すものです。他者の教えで手にするものではありません。
そんなこと、私が聞きたいのは。
桂木空子はオンスロートか、高魔化したのですか。
Sincerity in Tokino's tone even made Saku momentarily regain her senses.
ハローを切り離して食い止めました。
正常に戻せたのですか。
はい。
そうですか。感謝します。
Tokino faced her enemy Shinri Narita with a firm gaze. It seemed she no longer had anything to grieve about.
音無作、成田真理と行動を共にしている以上、今のあなたはスクールの敵です。しかし空子を救ってくれた礼に一つだけ答えましょう。あなたの現在の認識は全く正しい。
先生。
本来スクールはオールという概念を発見する目的で設立されました。今日でも それが到達すべき場所であることに変わりはありません。オールとは未だ現れざる架空の概念、システムの姿なき頂点。
This really is just the fucking... It's like the fucking prequel to the prequel. In a... Like they're calling the leader of the system the Owl, which just sounds like Olo. They're just trying to like establish the ruling system from Utawarumono. They're trying to bring back the monarchy, which did not fucking work, by the way. With his fucking, what was his name? Emperor something something. The uncle of the bastard from the start of Prelude, Inkala. Emperor Inkala. That was his name. Or Inkala, because double L. And Nuwangi was the bastard from the start, and Sasante was Nuwangi's dad. That explains stuff. Yeah, like if fucking Inkala was anything to fucking go off of, that system does not fucking work.
クラウンとはその候補。そこに到達することこそ誇りあるあなたたちのあるべき姿です。我々はある薬を使って素養を持つ人間を人為的にアセンションさせる実験も行ってきました。高い確率での副作用による死、オンスロート化の兆候があった場合、被害を未然にするための間引きなど、スクールはあまたの屍の上に築かれた血濡れの城です。私が教えられるのはそれだけです。成田真理、私はスクールを守る。決着をつけよう。
She tried to shout, but then stopped. Both sides had already gathered their resolve. Saku knew nothing she said had any hope of stopping the oncoming clash of will.
The rest is silence.
What? Mental pressure on Tokino's faded, but her expression wasn't one of joyful emancipation, but confusion.
なぜハローを解除した？
成田真理が果たすのは復讐だ。お前の命を奪ったところで到底釣り合いの取れるはずもない。せめてもの代わりは持てる矜持と希望の全てを奪って殺す。
Placed my oath-sworn arm back in the holster and returned to the starting point in order to defeat Tokino Yomise on equal ground.
ハンデはなしで。
Then respond, the murder's aura around us was so dense that it seemed to distort the air and create sparks.
恐怖とは未知です。
She chose to speak as a teacher in her last moments. They seemed like her final words to Saku.
そして未知こそ可能性なのです。過酷な真実を前にしても恐れを超えて飛びなさい。
The moment he stopped talking, we reached for our guns without any warning. Tokino Yomise pulled out her darling P2000 at lightning-fast speed. She clearly saw my Luger P08 was still in my holster. Only a single gunshot echoed through the hall. Tokino Yomise watched her P2000 fly away with an expression of shock after I shot her index finger. An oath-sworn arm had snuffed out her only chance of victory. She hadn't even noticed me remove it from the holster, so she'd been sure of her victory until the final moment. What did the woman feel as she gazed at the black barrel? Did she feel she unite as wretched fury? Perhaps the curses flung by the dead. Her determination to win and hope of survival vanished, making room for despair, which seeped in during that moment, which stretched on endlessly.
幕だ。夜店時の。
The second gunshot resounded throughout the hallway. The third act of Shinji Narita's revenge tragedy had come to a fitting conclusion. Only one remained.
どうしてこうなったんだろう。
Saku stood next to the remains of her dear teacher, but she didn't cry. Her silver words replaced her tears. That was the second time I'd heard them on that day. It seemed as though the world's joints had broken down, but that ending was one both Shinji Narita and Tokino Yomisa had chosen. There was no longer any room for regrets. Only Kurofune remained. If he'd survived AHM's attacks, he would eventually return. He turned around to prepare for his arrival. He contacted me through the device placed before me. She looked completely at her wit's end, which I'd never seen before. Gunfire explosions and Chichiya's screams rang out through the noisy device.
何があった？答えろ！
成田、いきなりどうしたの？
First came silence, then...
戻ったぞ。
I heard a voice I would have recognized anywhere. Kurofune Mikado. Dark joy filled my heart, overwhelming the shock. Kurofune had survived. I knew that mere AHM couldn't have killed him. The enemy I'd longed for, the one I'd sought for 7 long years, stood on the other side of this link.
このメイドがいるということは、敵はお前か、成田真理。これより行く。
He cut the link before I managed to respond. Dark urges that I couldn't control dominated my mind. Started running, not looking back once. My legs moved as fast as possible. Found it hard to remain still in the underground facility's elevator. I passed the destroyed gate and ran down the path to the research building. Someone chased after me, but I didn't turn back to verify their identity. Probably Saku. I dashed through the familiar inner garden, past the school building, and into the hallway leading to the main gate. He was there. I felt it. Not with my senses, but with strands of fate twisting around us. I was sure he felt the same as well. The smell of burning cinders reached my nose. Battle had started several small fires all around the area. There were no employees anywhere, however, since they'd either holed up in the research building or escaped. There was no need to run. Excitement rushed through me with every step I took. The moment I'd been waiting for was finally at hand. Golden sparks flying around and mixing with the night seemed like a blessing that returned us to the night 7 long years ago. With Takeshi Hanazono, Shinzan Katsuragi in his right hand, woman Tokino Yomisa dealt with, we finally stood on equal ground. We were enemies who cursed each other's names.
Narita!
One who caught up to me said something, but I barely understood.
理事長が帰ってきたのね。私も彼に問いたださなければならない。
She simply stood next to me. Well, fuck. She didn't follow me or lead the way, but remained by my side. My heart contained only immense joy as I calmly stepped ahead. Kurofune appeared at the other end of the hallway, donning an air of composure. Oh, they go throw down! Like they were actually going to start throwing hands.
成田真理、お前が復讐者か。
帝、いや、玄馬黒船、この日を待ちかねだぞ。
帝の生き残りか。残らず滅んだはずだ。
私は亡霊だ。7年を超えて憎悪のために帰還した。
そうか、春水。この手で始末しておくべきだった。花園と桂木を殺したのはやはりお前か。夜店時のは
始末した。残るは貴様だけだ。正門にいた女は
私はここにいる。
Kurofune didn't even crack a smile as he provided that answer. He'd dealt with Hishia. It was nice to think back on the path that had led me to that point. Hishia was originally completely unrelated to my foolish revenge strategy. She had no reason to stand on such a stage. She might have claimed that she did so because I'd saved her, but it was surely the other way around. I was the one who was saved by our meeting. She let me believe that I could protect something, even with bloodied hands. She received freedom and recovered a life that she could live for the sake of her own happiness. If she had chosen a violent path, hadn't chosen a violent path, might have been a happier end in store for her. Didn't cry, for I had promised I wouldn't when I decided that I would walk the one path of vengeance, walk down a road of strife. Said there was never a chance that we would both meet at an end at the same time.
その時が来ても泣いたりされませんように。イシアも成田様が死んだらせいぜい笑うことにいたしますので。
After my brief reminiscence, I removed all remnants of emotion and essentially stopped being human. Shinri Narita was a machine made for revenge alone, and my job was to deliver a single bullet. Only the grand finale remained. Once that finished, my 7 years of hatred would be put to rest. The only thing that had changed was that there was suddenly one more soul that would find repose when the man before me perished.
玄馬黒船、貴様を殺すために来た。
I only ever acted with that goal in mind. The others involved were merely obstacles or sacrifices. The sheer hatred I emanated seemed like little more than a cool breeze to him. His face resembled a firm iron mask.
それがお前の理由か、成田真理。では、お前にも聞こう。おとなしさく。なぜこの場にいる？
Well, that's a new fucking pose. Also, like before, I was wondering why he continuously talked about the size of her tits, like they were so fucking special, when they didn't seem that much bigger. They seemed about maybe as big as Sorako's in her other poses, at least to me personally. Now I see what the fuck he was talking about. Those are large. Quite large, even. Jesus. The air grew so tense that it was on the verge of bursting like a balloon. The man knew that a mere prick of a needle would spark a deadly battle, yet he remained completely calm and composed. He seemed more machine than human, which revealed that he had abandoned all emotion. Yet facing him made Saku shiver due to the pressure, but she clenched her teeth and stood tall.
真実を見定めるためです。今夜たくさんのことを知りました。ホンスローとかホール、システム、他にもたくさん。どうして理事長たちが成田の帝の一族を滅ぼしたのか、スクールは何のためにあるのか。
よかろう。おとなしさく。自ら道を切り開いてここへ至った。その行為と意志には応えねばなるまい。では、講義を執り行う。
何のつもりだ。今さらざれ言を聞かせるのか。
I didn't expect him to regret what he had done, and now planned to forgive him even if he did try to apologize. Unlike Tokino Yomise, he'd lived alongside the Mikados as a Genma, and unlike Tokino Yomise, he'd lived alongside the Mikados as a Genma. However, despite that, he didn't seem to feel the least bit guilty about what he'd done. Even though he stood before an enemy he should have despised, he remained the same as ever, which further filled me with resentment.
私はスクールのプレジデントだ。人を導く者として問われれば答えねばならぬ。
問答なら地獄でやるがいい。
I didn't intend to listen to a word of his nonsense. He closed the distance between us, not even trying to catch him off guard, and threw my fist at him. The sudden battle shocked Saku, but she failed to even see the exchange that happened next. It began with a punch to his abdomen, then a feint, and a kick. My brows flowed like water, each of them was more powerful than enough to end lives. They were ancient killing techniques I'd learned from that nameless man. Kurufune had simply moved in circular patterns as I attacked him with lethal blows. He deflected some of my attacks like a sturdy mountain, avoided others like a willow in the swift wind, and eventually retaliated with strikes as deadly as viper bites. It was no simple bureaucrat who held the title of chairman. I quickly realized a single mistake would cost me my life. He stuck his right hand forward as he bent over slightly. It was an open palm, not a fist. His stance was low enough to put his head to about my chest level. He stood only a few dozen centimeters below me, but I hesitated to lower my gaze. His posture was rather odd and reminiscent of a crawling lizard. In Japanese martial arts, there was a concept called Riai, or the harmony of the principles. The body moved based on physics, so you needed enough power to overcome it. However, Kurufune's stance didn't seem to adhere to that idea. Switched my own movements from circular to direct, seemingly having waited for me to... He switched his own movements from circular to direct, seemingly having waited for me to exhaust my repertoire. He grabbed my left hand, which I had extended after my attack. Then he dragged me to him and launched his elbow like a cannonball. I had no way to dodge, so instead I hit it with my ribcage, took another step forward and slammed into his chest with as much strength as I had. Yikes! The impact felt akin to an explosion. The power of our attacks made our bones creak, threw us back, and had us recompose ourselves. Saku, who had been reduced to an onlooker, was naturally shaken by the sight. My knees worked against my will and failed to support me. I used my oath of vengeance as support to reform my combat stance. Kurufune, on the other hand, merely wiped a bit of blood that left his mouth. My attack had certainly hit, but he withstood it so well that it frustrated me. My tongue was so dry that I failed to form a response. Definitely hadn't underestimated him, but I couldn't help but feel that I had. In spite of his odd stance, his techniques were truly effective, fierce, and peerless. I only knew one other man as capable as him. I realized that I couldn't be careless while closing the distance between us, then grinded my teeth in anger. In the openings I created through tricks would have also resulted in my certain death. Kurufune looked directly at me, then calmly returned to a neutral stance. Said that.
80年代の半ばだ。世界各地で HMI の発生率が上昇した。システムの対応の一つにスクール計画の前進があった。 HMI を管理する目的でしかなかった計画を私は引き継いだ。彼らをノーブル、人類の可能性とするためだ。
My sworn enemy's speech would have attracted the attention of any passersby. It was his answer to Saku Tanashi's question. He looked entirely defenseless like a regular teacher, but I still saw no openings. I inched closer and closer to him as I watched for my chance to attack, no matter how slim. Saku stood right behind me, for better or worse. I was in a position that allowed me to shield her from Kurufune.
私たちには本当に可能性たる資格があるのですか？コーマが HMI のあるべき姿なら
Like that pose more.
私たちは
Indeed, both Saku and I had witnessed Soroko and HMI undergo a horrible transformation. That warped form was our true form, our true nature, and we were not more monster than human. Of course, none of that mattered to Shin Narita. However, the same couldn't be said for Saku Otonashi.
ではとそもそも
Whoops. Please
で
finish.
はとそもそも人間の定義とは何だ
Please finish, Kiryu, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please do not tiger drop me. Saku didn't have an answer. The definition of a human. Most people probably believed they had an answer to that question, but when asked, they found it hard to respond.
何をもって人とするのか生物学的見地かいいな人類と猿の DNA の塩基配列は極めて近くならば知性や語性人格精神性こそ人の根拠か
ならば何をもって人間という
I went and asked him that question. He sucked me into his lecture.
根拠など存在しないというのだ成田真理あらゆるものは変化する殻を破れないヒナは死んでいく江戸時代と現代で日本人の体がどれほど変化したか人類もまた変化し続ける HMI という変化さえ我々は取り込んで前進するたとえ
He voiced his heavy-handed logic without hesitation, as though to disperse all of Saku's worries. Like a devout believer would pray to God, Kurofune too appeared convinced of his belief. As Saku fell silent, Kurofune left a mental gap smaller than a small needle's tip, which I used to jump forward with murderous intent. Kurofune hadn't prepared for my assault. As I took my step, he dashed away, but his momentum was so low that it seemed like he'd grinded against the ground. Slipped by 3 of his backhand strikes like an illusion, and the object of my hate vanished. The moment I felt the hand grab my jaw from behind, I threw myself into a frontward somersault to escape his clutches. Those were again my techniques. I'd reacted even a second slower, would have easily snapped my neck. He relentlessly attacked me again, and his presence seemed to fade once more. I knew what I had to do.
動くな
His outstance and movement seemed to blind not just my sight, but all of my senses. He appeared to almost turn invisible. Changing United's halo, Hamlet 12, was powered to imprinted words into the target. No matter how fast he was, he had no means to outrun the sound. Kurofune appeared next to the wall to my left. Then he threw his right hand into a nearby pillar. The impact made my ears buzz, which made me realize that it wasn't a mere palm strike, but a permeating blow. However, what truly surprised me was his next move. His movements should have been suppressed, but he slipped in right before me and launched an intense thrust into my left shoulder. My knees sunk to his side. We both landed clean hits on each other yet again. In my attack did damage, but the shock rushing through my body was even stronger and seemed to drain my strength. Instead of attacking again, we both created distance between us. Saku still stood there speechless.
荒削りな技でこうまで追いすがるとはお前の執念なかなかに見せてくれる
My left arm felt as good as dead. Consciousness almost cut off a few times, but I kept it together by clenching my teeth and keeping myself steady. The pain was nothing compared to the suffering endured by those who died, Ruri and Hishiya. Even the worst rips and tears of my flesh were mere scratches. However, something about the situation made next to no sense to me, so I questioned them.
先天性 HMI の血族の多くは自らを魔と定義する魔を求めながらそれを恐れる玄魔とは帝の影その守りならば万一当主が狂ったならばそれを始末する役割を負うのも当然
つまり玄魔の技とは対人ではなく狂った帝 HMI を殺し尽くすための技か。
まして私はスクールの長だ。お前の手の内は把握している。言語と声とは所詮空気の振動だ。
It made sense, but he'd somehow managed that in the middle of a deadly battle. How much did he train to pull off such an extraordinary feat?
森であったメイドより貴様の方がよほど化け物だぞ、黒船。
思いのほかハローに頼っていたか。力及ばなくとも自分には切り札があると考えていたか。そのありさまでは次の一手が最後となるだろう。
He was right. Even if the next clash was another direct exchange, I had no hope of victory. That trend continued. It would definitely be the first to fall. No, that was unacceptable. I crawled through mud and left a river of blood in my wake just to end his life. Didn't matter what happened to me. I died on that night. I swore to avenge the fallen.
せめて貴様も。
The blood-curdling curse was cut short.
どうしてニトリたちを殺したんですか？
Saku asked another question.
スクールが少数の HMI を間引いているのは事実だ。 HMI は成長過程においていくつかのリスクを抱えている。ハローによる体の侵食、遺伝子レベルで人類ではなくなってしまうという事実のもたらす恐怖は不安定な HMI にたやすく伝染する。実際にオンスロートと接触した HMI は 40% という超高確率でオンスロート化するのだ。
40%。
That meant
そんな。でも
that we, who'd encountered Sorako in her onslaught syndrome state, had done something incredibly
おとな
dangerous.
しさく、お前たちの強さを大多数の人々は持ち合わせていない。人間とは一定の確率でオンスロートが発生するのはやむを得ない。ならば兆候のある者は秘密裏に速やかに処分する。
薬物を投与して素養のあるものを HMI にしていると時の先生から聞きました。そこまでの危険があるのならどうして？
可能性とはもとより危険なものだ。変化とは世界の破壊。現在という強大な壁を打ち破る力は当然毒にもなる。
He solemnly opened his mouth like an ancient stone door
す
and
べては人類の未来のため。今後50年で人類は落日を迎える。
spoke those words. Some conclusion it was hard to process at first. Saku held on to her shivering shoulders and watched the two men. Narita and Kurufune both faced a person they wanted gone from the world. Saku had barely kept up with their exchange, but she knew that a single slight mistake led to either one's death. The idea that Narita faced near certain death overwhelmed her, but she forced herself to keep the anguish at bay. Saku Tonashi was the insignia of the crowns. As such, it was also her battlefield. However, she found it difficult to stand between them. It wasn't simply because she knew that Narita wouldn't allow others to take part. She still hadn't found her own answer. She didn't want to rush into battle with a half-baked will. Thus, like always, Saku Tonashi searched for her path, hesitating all the way. Seconds ago, she'd heard the founder of the academy say that the sun would set on humanity within a mere 50 years.
何をおっしゃっているんです？
Saku knew Kurufune as a pillar of reason, so prophetic words didn't suit him.
何をもって落日とおっしゃるんですか？それは私たち HMI とコロスの間に起きるだろう衝突のことですか？
Kurufune remained as firm as an iron
今
wall.
だ。HMI の絶対数はまだまだわずかだ。圧力や差別が生じたとしても 世界のあり方そのものを揺るがすには至らない。
それならまさか第三次世界大戦が起きるとでも。
現在の多様化した世界でイデオロギーが二分する分かりやすい大戦は事実上起こり得ない。世界のシステム化による新たな貴族性と絶え間ないリヴァイアさんによる閉ざされた社会、それが半世紀という近未来、高い確率で現実となる人類の落日の姿だ。
Saku failed to even picture what he was talking about.
成田真理、お前なら私の言わんとすることが理解できるだろう。
Strange as it was, for the first time since the battle had started, Narita lended an ear to his enemy.
奴は空想ではなく今そこにあるものについて論じているのだよ、おとなしさく。
Stabilized his breathing and spoke with a voice that betrayed little of his pain.
国家に代わる次世代支配者の代表格はインペリアルコーポレーションだ。グローバルな活動領域と特化したシェアを独占支配する形をとる21世紀型の企業形態。ゲノマティカ・ネクタール、 EDN、 タック、コメゾンなど現在世界で支配的な企業のほとんどがすでにこの形態をとっている。彼らは今後50年でさらにその傾向を強めるだろう。それは単に支配者がすげ替わるということではない。システムに組み込まれるということだ。彼らの領土は政治ではない、経済であり。
The other man continued after him.
現代ではどんな複雑な工程も単純化した労働の組み合わせで実行可能だ。一部の職人の技量に頼る分野も今後50年のテクノロジーの進歩でほとんどが不要になる。つまり次の世代とは中間層が壊滅し、システムの創造者であり管理者、膨大な富を手にする 1% 未満のグローバルエリートと、今やあらゆるツールが個人の行動と情報を記録するようになった。集約されたデータがより密度と精度の高い管理と支配を可能にする。
For example, government agencies and corporations already tapped into most calls and phone messages. The Academy, too, was a strong example of advanced information management.
99% の人々が貧しさを強要され、創造性を剥奪される時代が来る。個人の自由意志では総意であるシステムを打ち破れない。シェアの独占で選択肢を奪われ、
Like the split between leading and bit players on stage, the venerable protagonists would shine at the expense of the minor parts. That
私はやがて来る落日を必ずしも悪だと言いたいわけではない。現代の社会が先進国による富の簒奪であるとすれば、次の世界は全員が平等に貧しい社会だ。人間が利益を求め続ける生物であり、多くの人々にとって安価な快楽こそ正義である以上、これは正しい結末と。
Saku finally understood his thought process. Even in modern society, there were protagonists and minor characters. Those who shone bright had stepped over the bodies of countless others. So the chairman was correct. The new world would be an extension of the current one. Its twilight. Everyone would be stuck within an egg, managed and observed more thoroughly than ever. In a way, humans would be like a hatchling that returned to the egg it broken back when it dreamed of the sky.
そこにあるのは閉塞であり停滞だ。そんな未来に満足できるのか。 閉じていく可能性を許せるのか。人類はもっと輝ける明日を探せるはずだ。
貴様が見つけるのか、血にまみれた手で。
それが人間のあり方だ。成田真理。自分たちのために全てを浪費していくもの。他者も星も己自身さえ。人間とは血塗られた道の上で踊る道化に過ぎぬ。
Kurofune looked at Saku. The next moment she shouted at him.
総意で望まれた未来に私たちが何をできるというんですか。この力で正しい結末を変えられると。
Kurofune denied her words before she even finished.
世界を変えるのは何者だ。英雄か。いいな。英雄とは怪物の裏返しだ。無名の人々が英知を手に目覚めるのか。いいな。
Humans could not abandon evil. It was as though it was a natural form. It was comparable to how Onslaught syndrome inevitably manifested in a certain number of
世
HMIs.
界を変えるのは怪物を滅ぼす偉大な英雄ではない。おとなしさく。ハローの本質とは何だ。
His voice resembled that of an old wise sage, and Saku felt as though she'd heard it coming from right next to her.
ハローとは HMI が発生させる第三の物理。
それはハローのもたらす現象でしかない。
Once again, he swiftly and sternly dismissed her words.
例えば思考で物体を破壊できる者がいるとしよう。例えば感情を数値として認識できる者がいるとしよう。持てる機能があり方を決定づける。異能が当たり前の者にとっての世界は我々とは全く異なる形をしているだろう。世界の認識を細化するハロー。既存とはかけ離れた視座こそ殻を打ち破る。アインシュタインがたった一つの方程式でそれまでの世界を覆したい。
I only saw him mention Einstein out of the corner of my eyes before I properly at first and read Epstein first and was very confused. But then I took a proper look and realized that he was talking about Einstein, and suddenly makes a lot more sense. Perception defined the shape of the world, and limits were something a person set on themselves. Thus, Kurofune wished for HMIs to use their untrodden perceptions to break the boundaries of the modern
可能性
world.
だけが人々に夢を与え世界を変える。すなわち新たな可能性の提示。それがノーブルのなすべき役割。それは暗い空に輝く一つの星。彼方を目指し追いかけようという希望を与える。我々は前進する。いつの日かたどり着かねばならぬ。飢えを、病を、差別を、憎悪を、戦争を、屈辱を、停滞を、老いを、死を打ち破り、人々の報われる世界へと胸を張れ。お前たちは輝ける未来の最先端なのだ。
Kurofune's distant yet extremely grandiose view of the future rid Saku of her words. The way he spoke of the maddeningly distant and raveling of the world made him seem like a prophet.
しかし異端の視座は世間では天才や異常者と呼ばれて排斥される。 それを守り育てるためにスクールはある。中には人類と相入れぬ可能性もあるだろう。それさえ受け入れられる時が来るとしても、まだ我々は未熟だ。今の時点ではそれを排除するのが正義だ。
Saku-Tanashi found herself at a loss for words. She'd seen the register listing the disposed, merely thinking the many bit players who'd never got a chance to stand on the stage, to even exist, made her nauseous. They would never be rewarded for their suffering in the distant future.
どうしてそんなに平然としていられるんですか？たくさんの血を流して殺して奪って。
自らの正しさを信じているからだ。
The unhesitant response made Saku-Tanashi realize the path she had to take. Saku had a means to save Minori and the others, since she'd saved Sorako. However, that came with a dangerously high 40% chance that she herself developed onslaught syndrome. She couldn't claim that his methods, which involved dealing with the danger before it became a problem, were incorrect. In fact, many people surely would have sided with him. Still, she objected to it.
消えてゆく早くにも意志はあったはずです。ご自分が正しいと信じておられるなら、どうして彼らに選ばせなかったんですか？
But if one in the academy had used some sort of drug to turn them into HMIs without their knowledge, Sakura herself might have been one of their test subjects. But did they all want to become HMIs? No, there were surely those who would have refused.
結果は変わらない。本人が望まなくても危険は取り除く。未来のために犠牲は支払われる。神ならぬ身に全てを救うことはできない。ならばより少ない犠牲で万人に報いるのが価値ある世界だ。
自分でもそう思います。できなかったのとやろうとさえしなかったのは違うんです。死んだ彼らは犠牲ではありません。人間です。たとえ舞台の上で踊るしかない影だとしても、私たちには意志があります。運命という嵐になぎ倒されるだけの名もない破薬だとしても、小さな叫びを上げているのです。生きていればきっと何かを成したでしょう。それは世界と比べれば取るに足らない塵だったかもしれない。でもそれもまた可能性と呼ぶべきものだったはずです。数えきれない破薬を未来のための投資として、ただの数として消費し尽くしていくのなら、それを正しいと疑わないのなら、来るべき落日とどう違うと言うんですか？
ためらいはより多くの犠牲を生む。未来のために我々は決断し進まなければならない。
名もない破薬たちにも見ていた夢があった。正しいことを疑わない未来がもたらす可能性がどれほどまばゆくても、私はきっとその美しさを愛せない。私は迷いながら進みます。あなたたちが不要だと捨てたものを拾い集めて、あなたたちが見なかったところへ。そう、この黄昏も落日も超えて。
Saku had found her answer. Thus she would never hesitate again. She looked straight at her enemy, puffed out her chest with pride, and voiced an unforgettable oath that seemed like a declaration to the entire
私
world.
は輝く明日へ行きます。
Saku tried to stand in front, but I stuck up my hand to stop
こ
her.
の戦いは自分のものだから手を出すな。
そうではないよ。
If that was the case, I had no chance of stopping her. The situation wasn't the same as with Toki no Yomise. Sakura hesitated like always and finally found the path she wished to follow.
君が戦うべきだと決めたのは黒船ではないはずだ。
Thus she needed Narita planned to stop her.
成田。
私は愚かな人の業を死を這いながら生きていく。おとなしさく。君は飛んでゆくものだ。戦うべき時と相手を間違えてはならない。
Reminisced about the sky I'd gazed up at long ago alongside my childhood friend. Young fingers had pointed at a rainbow, decorating it. The vibrant colors that had sliced through the sky inspired me to dash towards it. I had dreams of catching up to that bridge in the sky. Looking back at it, the idea was extremely childish. No matter how fast or far a person ran, they had no chance of reaching the end of a rainbow. Still, the dreamlike shine I'd seen before beyond the clouds was definitely beautiful. Finally, I had my answer. Narita had decided revenge. However, in actuality, I had never understood my role. A sudden sense of loss, the pain I'd felt amidst the crimson sea, life leaving duty as I held her in my hands. Didn't know why that tragedy had picked Shunsei Mikado as the protagonist. Thus, I simply wanted someone to tell me. Was it a punishment for some sin I wasn't even aware of? Or the effects of a grudge? Neither of those was the true answer, for the actual reason was quite simple. Tragedies existed everywhere in the world, and in no small quantities. My own sadness was but one of many. Human life was extremely fleeting. People died easily for no logical reason, and all that we'd achieved could be reduced to ash and dispersed. The peace surrounding us crumbled with one roll of God's cruel dice. Whoops. It all stood on thin ice. Though everyone knew that, we simply ignored it. Human sanity couldn't cope with that harsh truth. More than anything, Shinji Narita found the despicable nature of this world truly unforgiving. Humans were but shadows crawling on a cruel stage. Some were given roles and made to dance like jesters. But all we really had was a very small thing, our will. Shinji Narita's revenge tragedy was both a prayer to those he'd lost, as well as a small act of rebellion against the cruel god who'd governed coincidence. I planned to shout on stage, even if I was merely playing the role granted to me, even if it meant creating many more tragedies. It had about as little point as a childish wish to grab hold of the rainbow in the sky, an utterly foolish, inconsequential act. However, a girl who wished to strive for a better tomorrow, in spite of all that stood before me. Thus, I finally understood why I was so attracted to her. She hesitated, and I regretted. She still kept her head held high. She still kept her head high and looked ahead, refusing to be ashamed of her scars. It was truly noble. I found her more precious and beautiful than anything else in the world. Thanks to her, Shinji Narita had no regrets and felt no sorrow. I hadn't entrusted the rest to her. After all, a man who lived a filthy life focused on his own arrogance had no right to do that. However, I hardly believed that Sakutanashi could gather the countless small fragments of feelings, hopes, dreams, carry them beyond the rainbow. I believed it, even if it didn't seem entirely realistic. And that was more than enough for me. I was perfectly content. I felt happy that I had someone to trust my feelings to, a truly human emotion. I'd gotten lucky enough to meet a rare type of person who I was lucky enough to meet a rare type of person many died without ever encountering. Even if my life expired that night, I no longer feared the conclusion of the clash between Kurofune and I. In fact, the quiet sound of the wind and dancing sparks filled my heart with satisfaction. After a long time, one young maiden had reminded me of the true meaning of life. What could truly shine. And so, once again, I turned away from the light of the world, embraced my boiling resentment, and slowly moved forward step by step. Shinji Narita no longer had the right to walk in sunlight. I had to stride down my bloodied path of strife until the very end.
成田真義、私と共に人類の未来に尽くせ。
So many options, I'm spoiled for choice. My sworn enemy extended his right hand to
お
me.
前は怒りと憎悪であまたの人間を踏みしめながら 鉄の意志と執念でここまで来た。しかし復讐とは無意味なものだ。
意味など必要はない。
愛を抱け、許しを施せ。画集を殺す理性こそ人間の証明。私は許しがたき敵である。お前の全てを許そう。互いの悪を、憎しみを、諸々の悲劇を、許し得ぬ全てを許し、手を取り合おう。
I did a little more than laugh. Give Drenhat a bright future of all things. Oh, how right he was. That was human reason at its finest. Spoke of the vanity of vengeance and the value of love. His words were right down to the last. They were so right that it made me want to vomit.
なぜ帝を滅ぼした？
必要だったからだ。私はただの一つも無駄な行いはしない。すべては今日この場にあるための過程なのだ。私は諦めない。どれほどの困難が、長い道のりが、流血が、悲劇が、苦痛があろうとも輝ける未来を。
At the end of my 7 long years of misery, I faced a man who'd killed my innocent sister, spat on her memory, and took everything from me. It wasn't enough. He also committed heresy against my will, filling me with rage that felt akin to nausea. Genuinely Narita hated the very idea of letting Kurofune Mikado speak another word. Thus, only a few steps between us, I asked the final question.
貴様には虹が見えているか？
虹とは光の屈折による現象だ。雨が上がれば消える幻だ。
Kurofune swiftly dismissed the question. To him appeared entirely meaningless. However, that answer wasn't more than enough for me. I still saw the rainbow from that day every time I closed my eyes.
哀れな貴様は私と同じく出番を終えた役者だ。役が終われば潔く舞台を降りろ。そんな道理もわからんのなら私が引導を渡してやる。
There was nothing left to say. I started to voice my grudge. I would have needed a million words. If I were to explain the gravity of his sins, it would have needed thousands of years. After traveling such a long path, I simply wished to deliver a fatal blow with my oath-sworn arm. Not as a machine, but as a human now.
帝黒船。これより成田真理が貴様を殺す。
As he waited for the next few steps, Kurofune lost himself in thought. Shunsi Mikado. Kurofune Mikado, the man once known as Kurofune Genma, knew that it had all began with that name. That way of life was wrong from the very beginning. Mikado's blood would persist while the Genmas would serve it. It was a foolish tradition that continued for centuries, now once changing. A man named Motoharu Mikado was the last head of the Mikados. And he dreamed of keeping the Mikado blood from thinning. He was a close friend of Kurofune. They'd been together since they were young, so they believed that it would never change. Once Motoharu grew, however, he became tyrannical. No surprise, since those of the Mikado blood often lost their sanity as they aged. They were violent, relished bloodshed, and committed murder. The thicker their blood, the more likely they were to end up like that. Once that happened to a person, they were shut in the basement. Then the Genmas had to guard them. Kurofune had made a fatal mistake once. He knew it was a foolish decision, but he'd embraced the impossible dream that his friend could regain his sanity. That year, a major event had occurred, and Motoharu Mikado's ambitions were revealed. He'd wished to travel to the outside world, taking his blood and power with him. The elders had tried to admonish him for the thought, but he was also the sole source of their hope. Amidst a thinning bloodline, his blood was especially strong with a sudden mutation, so they'd hoped and gambled on it. Kurofune himself had high hopes. actually wished to keep the fading bloodline alive more than Motoharu himself. Unfortunately, the world was vast and contained many monsters that surpassed all their expectations. The devilish manifestation of ancient blood suffered a staggering defeat. All his subordinates had died. Motoharu had returned all by himself. The first defeat in his life made him descend further into madness. He sought more blood. He wished more for blood, even more pure than his own, that could wash away all the stink of his defeat. Thus he'd snatched a woman to use as his breeding mare. Forcing a branch family into obedience proved no issue. A woman of a certain man she'd promised to spend her life with. There was no obstacle. The man, Kurofune, had pled for the woman's safe return. It was the one and only time in his life that he requested anything. However, he was locked away and made an example of because he dared defy the Mikados. By the time he'd finally earned his freedom, Shunsu Mikado had already been born. Yikes, what the fuck? That was why I'd sworn to exterminate the Mikados. As it took the final few steps, I lost myself in thought. I knew that there was more to his action than he'd led on. Why had Kurofune Kenma pertain to Mikados? Selfishness? Or ambition? Perhaps. 7 years ago, many people had spoken about Kurofune Kenma. Some had called him loyal, since he was a close friend of my father, that he was a tool. Looking back, it seemed readily apparent that there were things they never spoke of around a child like me. He'd always yearned for the outside world, dreaming that he had things to accomplish there. The Mikados had gotten in the way of said dream. However, intense hatred was no doubt the trigger. He'd given his all to obey and serve, and only hatred had ever led him astray. Many years had passed, where he hid his disdain and served like a puppet. But then came the night when golden sparks fell like snow. Flames and vipers of flame had risen to the sky, roaring at the cold moon shining above. The men, the women, the children, the elderly, killed everyone. But that was the only way to break the cage of the Mikado. By the time he'd found her amidst the flames, the woman had already died. Her body was in such a horrendous state that it was hard to tell whether she was killed by Motoharu Mikado or a stray bullet. When a child who happened to survive wandered out, it shot him without hesitation. Shunsu Mikado should have died at that moment. However, within those burning ruins, Shunsu miraculously recovered, so Kurofune didn't finish him off. Not out of mercy, but hesitation. The features on his face that gazed up at him had made him pause. Perhaps he had his reasons. I hadn't seen my father, Motoharu, very often. He locked himself up in his study, rarely left. And even though I was young, I knew everyone avoided him. My mother had rarely conversed with him, and she often had a distant look on her face. That was the reason why I'd found the mansion suffocating. I always found reasons to leave alongside Taigi in order to avoid it, so Loco and Rudy often joined us. However, that was all in the past that had been burnt to ashes. What of it, though? A moment of weakness, the decision not to kill him, had brought about this encounter. In a way, the Avenger before me, who survived 2 deaths and 7 years of strife, was simply another monster born of the Mikado bloodline. He was already severely injured. His left arm remained limp at his side. Despite that, he approached without fear, which made him seem like a true demon. It was time to correct the mistake he'd made 7 long years ago. There was no need to talk about the past any longer. What of it, though? Even if the laws of the world sided with Kurofune, the dead would never walk again. The image of the burning mansion, my dead sister, the rest of the family motivated me to move despite my body being on the brink of death. I didn't care about his reasons. The only thing that mattered was the hatred burning within my heart. I advanced. Kurofune waited. Only a single thought lingered in my mind. My desire to defeat the enemy before me. Finally gotten within striking distance, had the means to reach him by simply extending my hand. Still, I kept walking until I was close enough to ensure that our attacks would prove fatal. Then I crossed the final threshold by taking 2 steps forward. Kurofune still remained in place. He waited as though yearning for my action. We stood absurdly close to each other. I tensed to a point where it felt like I was playing Russian roulette. From that distance, neither of us had the opportunity to dodge or block. The outcome depended on who read the other's attack faster. Kurofune's eyes, his murderous glare, focused on my right arm. was the only one that was still functioned. He seemed to imply that I was basically empty-handed as long as he watched it closely. The long-awaited final scene began with a light chime. My first move shot forward faster than his. However, he simply rebuked my right arm and launched a palm strike towards my heart, fully intending to kill me. The very next moment, I used the opening from his palm strike to throw a punch from the left arm he'd ignored. If he truly intended to kill my right, I planned to murder him with my already dead left. His muscle and bone ruptured at the slightest movement, but I ignored that and forced the dead arm forward. I'd already abandoned my life, so I freely gambled on that attack. Kurofune grinned, but only for a moment shorter than a second. He caught my fist with his right palm. It was no mere accident either. As a result of him anticipating my actions. He'd predicted my decision to attack with my dead left and caught it with a palm strike that sent a wave of pain crushing through my body. He knew that attack contained all the strength he had. In a split second, my flesh flayed and my bones shattered. The only thing faster than the excruciating pain, which made me feel like my arm was being torn off, was my will. I can't lose to this man. I can't give in. So I moved my completely dead left arm. And thrust it directly into his body. It was far from refined and had no proper technique behind it. A rough yet powerful blow that helped me push aside his palm and get closer. It had caught him off guard because only a truly obsessed mad soul could have delivered such a blow. Thanks to it, I reached his face at long last. Kurofune froze. The attack from my left arm had no strength behind it. Of course it didn't. His own right arm was in a poor state as well. My reasonable use of it had ended up completely destroying my left. As such, couldn't possibly have contained the power to damage a human. Kurofune had a brace for impact, but the unexpected result made his mind go blank for a moment. He'd left an opening. Took advantage of that and hit him with my right. That was a true punch that carried enough power to reach him. The unfiltered strength of my hatred and rage made him waver. A man who seemed akin to an immovable wall fell to his knees for the very first time during our encounter. However, something clung to my right arm like a centipede. Kurofune's left arm, to be more precise. Crack. He broke it without delay. My left arm was dead, and my right had followed it soon after. What of it, though? Left with few options, I rammed my forehead into his. The hardest part of the human body had made contact with Kurofune. Essentially headbutted him, crushing his face and making him throw his head back. Did he notice that my dead left hand still clung to his collar? That it held fast to him like a curse of the damned? Took another step forward and fell to the left. And I weaved my left hand through the space between his legs and used my broken right to pull him closer as I slipped under him. I raised him sky high and made him rotate as fast as possible. He failed to brace for the impact. His right arm got mangled, while his left still held my broken arm. I moved him at a sharp angle, as though raising him over me, and forced his head into the floor. I sunk deep into the abyss. Finally reached the end of an extremely long journey. I'd done what I had to, and thus had no more regrets. I closed my eyes and dreamed of being reduced to ash. The curtain finally dropped on my inexplicably long revenge tragedy. Yet I heard someone's voice. I looked through my fading memories. Narita must likely refer to me. The voice continued to call out to me. A gentle voice disturbed the peace I'd finally attained. Felt like a newborn babe, crying due to having to say goodbye to its original cradle. It still reached for the distant light. Someone grasped the hand I held out. Softness delivered the warmth of life to me. So Saku looking down at me, crying her eyes out.
に合わなくて死んだかと。
I was in a hallway within the academy surrounded by the reliefs on the pillars. The antiquated designs were meant to evoke images of bygone times. Everything had a point of beginning. Humans were no exception. However, as they matured and moved further and further past that starting point, they eventually came to forget their own origins. That was how it ought to have been. A consciousness, which started thinking meaningless thoughts, finally returned.
勝手に満足して死ぬな。私をこんなに惚れさせておいて、自分一人でどこか行っちゃうなんて。
The tears that fell onto my cheek felt hot. I survived. I'd have been at peace if I'd simply expired on the spot.
黒船は
Saku said nothing and merely looked towards my sworn enemy. I was leaning against the wall, clearly dead.
成田、そんな体で。
決着をつけ
Standing up like a newborn foal, I crawled over to the man and drew my oath-sworn arm. Found that the challenge was supported with my broken right hand, but somehow I managed to fix it on Kurofuna's forehead.
愛を抱け
Words escaped the corpse's mouth. I refused to believe it, so I looked again and confirmed that he was indeed dead. Was that a ordinary hallucination or his final breath? Regardless, the man had denied Shinji Narita's nature until the bitter end.
愛はあるこれだ
And cut the music again. Or not, surprisingly, they've done they did cut the music, but not the way I expected it to. I'd finished at last. However, I didn't feel any joy as I fulfilled my oath. After all, I'd merely closed curtains on the 7-year play that hadn't concluded on that tragic night.
クリもうお前には届かないのだな
The dead had no means to reply to the prayers of the living. They had no means to applaud or grant solace. In the end, revenge was simply a way for the living to cope. I stood in place like an empty husk, so I merely watched, saying nothing. How long did I stand there like that? I didn't know, but eventually heaved a heavy sigh and felt like moving again.
敵は撃ったぞ石屋
The fuck are you talking about? What?
それはご苦労様でした、成田様。しかし、生きているのに敵とは、これいかに。
Yep, called it. She's not dead. I heard a familiar voice I assumed I'd never hear again, except perhaps in ghostly whispers. Then I noticed a woman in a familiar maid uniform walk over from the end of the hallway that connected to the main gate. She appeared hurt, since she walked while using the wall to support her, but she was most definitely alive. That had to be an illusion.
石谷、無事だったのね。
Our unexpectedly imperceptive insignia raised her voice in joy.
おとなし様もご無事なようで、ヒシア、言葉に尽くせないほどの感激というやつでございます。
At that point, I had no choice but to face reality.
どうして生きているのかね我が次女よ
Why?
言うにこと書いてどうしてとは。九死に一生を得た愛すべき次女に最初にかける言葉がそれ。
化けて出たのではないのだろうな
この通り、足はついております。
She raised her skirt to prove her point.
黒船にあったか
あって戦闘になりました。飛んだ化け物で一発食らって意識が飛びましたが、万能メイド服のおかげで助かったようです。
I'm itching all over. Impossible! Kurofune could not have made such a mistake. And yet he had survived.
なぜ
She'd survived because Kurofune didn't kill her. He said that he'd killed the Mikotos because it was necessary, that he'd never acted otherwise. So in other words, Hishiya wasn't someone he had to kill. It's part of his ideology that I'd never discovered. The answer to that question didn't matter in the least, nor did I have a way to obtain it.
成田、何を考え込んでるの？
いや、どうでもいいことだよ。
黒船を倒されたのですね。
そうだ。
Silence reigned once more. Saku said nothing, and neither did Hishia. However, unlike Hishia, Saku still had something to do. The night had been full of bloodshed and serious loss. How'd you plan to turn things around? Shinri Narita no longer had any purpose. The end of my revenge strategy had created a void within me. Embraced by a nameless sense of emptiness, I gazed up at the night sky. Morning still remained far off.
空子たちと合流しましょう。
Felt as though I'd forgotten how to move, but Saku took me by the hand and tried to lead me away.
サク、
何？
ありがとう。
変な顔で何言ってるの？お礼だなんてあなたらしくない。
らしくあるとも。私はいつでも謙虚な男だよ。
She smiled as though tickled. Everything about her looked as precious as gems to me.
今のうちにそれだけは伝えておきたかった。
もうそういうことにしておくわ。
Shinri Narita no longer had anything to do. No regrets lingered in my heart.
成田、
The hand holding mine grasped it firmly. Felt like my fingers were on the verge of merging with mine.
勝手に逃げ出したら許さない。さっきも言ったわよね。こんなに惚れさせておいて自分のやることが終わったから姿を消そうなんて。何もかも投げ出して楽になろうなんて。そんないい加減なこと私絶対に許さないから。
サク、
生きる理由がなくなったのなら私のために生きて。私はあなたがどんな罪深い人でも生きていてほしい。
She urged the man who had nothing to continue walking into the wasteland. The words felt exceedingly harsh.
君は本当に星のようだ。
今は何も見えなくてもきっとここでなら新しい何かが見つかると思う。私だってそうだった。
それはなんとも眩しい風景だ。
However, a dazzling dream like that didn't suit Shinri Narita. Fleeting illusion before me felt more than enough. Felt like more than enough.
空子たちが待っているのだろう。
行こう。
Saku walked ahead, but then
成田様。
Hishia screamed and pointed at something with a strained voice. The northern sky was aflame. What? What's north from there? City? Several dozen minutes ago. Tagemika stood at the end of the hallway right in front of a thick bulkhead. He checked for signals from control terminals that remained active, but apparently they'd all been destroyed by the AHM, who previously infiltrated the underground facility. Saku and the others had visited recently as well, but they'd since returned to the surface. The facility was rather large. It was difficult to investigate it in its entirety. He most likely planned to unravel the secrets of the Academy once the chaos above had subsided. The most important research conducted by the Academy happened below the spire that some workers and lecturers called the Plant. Taige Mikado stood within its deepest depths. It was dozens of meters below the already deep underground space, but akin to a place of slumber, installed as far away from the surface as possible. After a long pause, Taige opened his eyes. Then he looked at the information displayed on his personal data terminal. It revealed that the founder of the Academy no longer walked among the living.
結局こうなってしまったんだね。
He seemed resigned to a sad fate, drowned in ecstasy at the same time. He had nothing more to say about the death of his biological father.
第三権限者帝大義。
第三権限者を確認。
プラントのロック解除を要請。
要請の事案は 第一権限者帝黒船、第二権限者夜店時の両名の許可が必要です。
第一第二権限者は死んだ。
第一権限者と第二権限者のロストを確認。特記事項 8-6 により全権限を第三権限者帝大義に付託いたします。
I'm starting to not trust Taggy all of a sudden, and I don't like it. I liked the lad, and I don't like that the game is making me mistrust him now.
ロックの解除を要請。When we are born。
コードを確認。1番から7番までのロックを順次解除。
The bulkhead slowly opened. There were a total of 7 walls, each of which was 1 meter thick. Not even a nuclear bomb could have pierced them all.
大義殿。
A voice reached him from behind, seemingly out of thin air.
改造さんか。思ったよりも早かったね。
何をしておられる？
見ての通りさ。
プラント中枢の隔壁は黒船殿とあの女の許可がなければ開いてはならないはず。
父も夜店時乃も死んでしまった。現在スクールの第一権限者は僕だ。
しまよわれたか。
ところで通路には彼女がいたはずだけど。
5人取られました。
そう、かわいそうに。
残る我々でもあなたを殺すのは造作もない。
それは残念だ。とても残念だ。もう少し早ければそうなっていたろうに。
Some bulkheads opened, making a heavy metallic sound all the while. The ordinary incident had come to pass. Ordained incident had come to pass. The promised moment had arrived at long last. Beyond the fully open bulkhead stood absolutely nothing. Considering the fact that it was the heart of such an advanced facility, the area appeared rather meager. It looked similar to an oddly small hall. Some bulkheads had covered such a simple tiny space. Next moment, everyone present gasped. One thing had inhabited the room. A strange object stuck to the wall at the far end. It resembled a white bagworm moth. However, it was no mere insect. Instead, it was a human who had been bound by a special straitjacket and hidden behind 7 extremely thick bulkheads.
おはよう。お目覚めのキスは必要かな。
Crack. The world itself cracked. Something tells me that's Ruri. The academy had been turned on its head. Surviving students had gathered in the garden because most of the academy's main facilities were situated around it. With the AHM attack and the deaths of many lecturers and workers, it seemed like it would be a while before things winded down. The infolight technology that supported the academy had lowered too, and due to that no one could use their devices or anything similar. Still, people did what they could. Some carried the injured to the gymnasium, some treated them, and some tried to help to bring the situation under control. Soroko Tamo and Iru were among them. They eagerly awaited Saku and Narita's return since they had no way to contact them. Suddenly an explosion rocked their world. I returned to the inner garden with Saku and Hishi at my side. There I saw a group of students who had run out due to the explosion. They formed a tightly knit group that huddled together and gazed up at the northern sky. The explosion and raging flames burned brightly, releasing golden sparks. It seemed the research building was the source. The first explosion was followed by a number of others, likely caused by explosive material catching fire. Shockwaves that shook me to the core reached us. The first one had already shattered much of the glass in the school building, making it look like a structure in the middle of a battlefield. I parted the surviving students and searched for the other crowns. They were very hard to find. Soroko's golden hair reflected the light of the fire, making her stand out.
Sorako.
Like, quite frankly, he's fucked.
大したことはないよ。説明は後でしよ
う。無事じゃねえみたいだけど、生きてやがったのか。落ちんじまったのかと思ってたぞ。
サク、どこも怪我とかありませんか？
あなたたちこそ。それよりも、これは何事なの？
それがよくわからないんだ。突然爆発が研究棟の方で。
状況が状況だけに単なる事故ではないかもしれません。ご主人様、 AHM の残党の悪あがきでは？
怪我をした者は体育館に集められているらしい。彼らについてやってくれないか。
ここは良いのですか、成田様？
私も策もいる。十分だ。成田真理のなすべきことはやり尽くした。せめて今宵の残りは一学生としてやるべきことをしよう。
承知しました。
Isha bowed and walked over to the gymnasium. Considering how things were going, the situation would calm down sooner rather than later. Plus, Isha herself appeared quite injured as well. It was better for her to get as much rest as possible. After all, she finally had an open path to a life without strife.
自分、さっきのヒシアタンの意見に賛成です。悪党と悪あがきはワンセットですよね。
Like, I think you should probably, follow her since you're quite into yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. And he just, lifts his arms. And they're, fucking bent there or something.
でもよ、あそこはスクールで一番守りの固い場所なんだぜ。
諸君、少し静かに。
Stopped and strained my ears. Another explosion resounded. Shockwave from it shook the inner garden. The serpentine heads of the enormous flames that rose from the research buildings were akin to crimson flames, dragons that licked the waning moon, and something passed by right in front of the moon. The voices sounded distant. A dull sound that only sounded comical, but also didn't feel real, reached my ears. The thing that sunk into the ground. It was a red flower. Well, at least that was what I believed until a good few seconds ago, when I noticed that its petals were actually human legs. A crushed human had fallen in front of us, landed in front of us. And more sounds of things cutting through the air, like before human bodies rained down around us. They cut a mountain-like outline in the air as they fell, one after another. Everyone present merely watched as bodies piled up, as though bound and unable to speak. It was so beyond tolerable thresholds that most couldn't even scream. None of the bodies that fell were in any sort of functional state. Some had crushed heads, some were missing arms and legs, some were split vertically. They resembled insects torn apart by a mischievous child. None of them had died in the same way, none of them had any life left in them. The pile of corpses completed in no time. So fear that read every one of their voice, terror that defied all understanding. Everyone looked up, dumbfounded. Something descended from the heavens like the petal of a rose. Oh, hi, Ruri! It was a pallid girl. He'd actually fallen at great speeds, but landed so gracefully that it seemed like a descent. The long hair which danced in the night was akin to dew of the heavens, in a white dress which would fit any innocent maidens, to shine brighter than the moon itself. Gem-like eyes, flower-like lips, she was the epitome of form over function. A being who seemed like a masterpiece of nature. Anyone who saw her for the very first time would have assumed that she was the antithesis of wickedness, and a miracle that had blessed the earth. She spread her arms like angelic wings that landed on the mountain of corpses.
なんて素敵な夜だろう。長い夢もようやく終わり、今夜は7年ぶりのお祭り気分。ガラスの靴を履いて白いお城にお出かけしましょう。
She spoke with joy, singing a song of freedom, and spinning on the wretched blood-stained stage, made her dress flutter. That appeared impeccable.
お久しぶりね。なんて顔をしているの？まるでお化けにでも出会ったよ。今夜はとてもいい気分。きっとお礼を言ってもいいと思うの。会いたかったわけではないけれど、忘れていたわけではないのだから。だって帝の血にはふさわしくない不良品。息をしているだけでとても目障り。でも嬉しいわ。それなのに何もかも、正気も血肉も魂さえも投げ打って、こんなところにまで来てくれたなんて、ありがとう、お兄様。
Very presence stripped me of not just breath, but soul as well. Seemed that powerful. That is a lovely CG, I guess. Really like to touch those hands and... Ha! I said that without even thinking about the joke behind it, but... The touch. The hands add. Oh my god, I'm so... I said that without considering that. I said that without trying to make a bad pun. Yet I accidentally did. By god, it feels like my hair is getting really up there. My hair loss is a problem. Back. Oh well. Everyone, including the crowns, found themselves unable to speak for a good while. But then they shook off that curse and stumbled forward. She was, without a doubt, Ruri Mikado. She was my little sister. Definitely died on that night 7 years ago. The denial escaped from my lips, rang weak, and I felt like I was on the edge of madness. My little sister stood before me. Not only did I recognize her, something even more profound and powerful than reason told me that she was indeed Ruri.
あらあら、おかしいわ。お兄様だって死んで息を吹き返したくせに。
Julie had no words now. She actually survived it then. She returned from the land of the dead just like Shinri Narita. Thought didn't fill me with joy. I accepted that the real Ruri had appeared before me, but a reunion had no hints of affection or bliss. I recalled something I'd felt on that fateful night, a primal fear that had imprinted onto mankind long before we became the rulers of the planet. It told me that Shinri Narita would die along with everyone else present. After all, the creature before me was beyond all knowledge accumulated by man.
7年ぶりの再会を喜ばないのかい、帝春水。
Taiga briefly glanced at Soroko, who remained behind me, still frozen in shock. Couldn't tell whether he was relieved that she was okay or pained that her final moments were so near.
これは一体どういうことだ。どうしてお前がそこにルリと一緒にいる。
Taiga ignored the words that rung out and gazed up at Ruri.
いいわよ、タイに。お兄様に教えてあげて。だって面倒なんだもの。
すべて君の望むがままに。
Taiga placed his hand on his chest, graciously bowed to her, and looked at his childhood friend with a broad smile on his face. It felt like a vision straight out of a nightmare. A queen sat atop her throne of corpses with a grinning jester directly next to her.
ルリが息を吹き返したというのはある意味正しくない。すべては彼女の意志だった。何を言っている。真実をだよ、俊ちゃん。7年前、帝が終わってしまう前の日、僕は偶然父たちの企みを聞いてしまったんだ。父や桂木や花園や時の先生が帝の家を殺し尽くす相談をしているところをね。
Found an explanation hard to swallow.
バカな、知っていたのならどうして。知らせなかったのかかい。どう思う。僕は裏切ったと思うかい。父への家族の情愛に流されて親友だった君たちを裏切ってしまったと。
He spoke with a hint of mockery in his voice, but his gentle smile was the very same one I'd seen on him all those years ago. That only made me more angry.
お前は裏切るはずのない男だ。なのになんだこのざまは。どんな死体があの夜に結びついた。その通り。僕は裏切らなかった。僕は使い続けている。今も昔もただ一つのものに。ふざけているのか。7年前、僕は混乱した。錯乱したと言ってもいい。どうしたらいいかわからなかった。でも結局走り出した。帝の屋敷へ。僕にとって 父は確かに父だったが縁の薄い人だった。父も僕には他人行儀なところがあったよ。僕にとって一番大事なものは父でも玄馬の家でもなかった。だから走って最初に瑠璃と出会ったのはほんの偶然だ。あるいはそれをこそ残酷な神の作為と言うべきか。
このことは二人だけの秘密にしましょう。
You know what? I'm gonna be an asshole here. It's getting way too fucking late, and I want to record a short part tomorrow anyways. So, I'm gonna be an asshole and end it here before the explanation. Because otherwise I won't be able to end it anytime soon, probably. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry.